Guys, we are live.
I'll see how I connect. No, I'm saying that I can do the same. All I'm saying is that they're supposed to give us one.
Came in and take one.
No, I'm hardwired.
You're hardwired.
I'm hardwired.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just get started.
You're live.
Okay, so let's take one more minute just to let people get settled down, and then we'll get started.
So send me the email and I'll get Casey here.
Yeah, people.
Tell the online audience.
Okay, online audience. People are still arriving. We're going to wait another couple of minutes. Okay.
Are you able to do that?
When,
Yeah, it's interesting.
yeah, I just need my list making sure.
Andreas for hoping to start at 9:15 or no? Yeah, Andreas.
Oh, very sort of close to 9:45.
9:45. We're starting a little bit late.
Yeah, we're starting out, we are.
Oh, I think it should be live between 9 and 10.
I would say probably more standards. And the sure.
No, because I don't want to broadcast, so I see good.
So the AML cases actually have the same conversation.
Okay, you guys ready?
Peter, are you ready?
Okay, folks, welcome to LaGuardia Community College. My name is Phil. My partner and I are the co-chairs of the Cryptocurrency Standards Association. We are one of the sponsors of this event, and we're very grateful to LaGuardia Community College and the entire City University Network of New York. They are not only hosts of this event, they are also our landlord. CRYPSA is part of the Startup Clinic at New York Designs in the building next door, along with other entrepreneurial startup companies. We hope to have a long, successful relationship with LaGuardia and with the City University Network of New York. So I'm going to be doing a quick intro somewhere in the next 30 minutes. I'd like to cover 3 subjects, so this is a preview of the subjects. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of money just as a baseline, because there's a big debate as to whether Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies constitutes a currency, or whether it's just a debit and transaction vehicle, whether it's just a way to move money, or whether it really is the money itself. We're going to talk about what it takes for Bitcoin to become adopted as a serious form of payment worldwide, what it takes to displace, if not money, at least MasterCard and Visa and PayPal. And then we're going to talk about what it takes to make Bitcoin safe, secure, transparent, compliant with laws, and yet still not forsake the roots being the libertarians, the people who want it to be private between two parties, distributed, quasi-anonymous. There's no sense forsaking those roots, but a lot can be done to still allow it to serve the interests of business, consumers, all those people who can't use it right now, and we'll get into the reasons why they can't use it right now. So let's take a form of payment that we're all familiar with. Here's a stored value card, for lack of a better term. We're all familiar with it. If Aunt Ellie gives you this for your birthday instead of the sweater with reindeer on it, you are kind of happy about that. And the reason you're happy may seem obvious. It's not just that you don't care for the sweater. The reason you're happy is because with this card, you can choose to buy pretty much anything you want from a company that charges close to the lowest price available. So you see it sort of like cash. And certainly you could even turn it into cash if you really wanted to try to find a way to do that. You could probably fence it on eBay or something. But the point is, this is a lot closer to a cash experience than getting the sweater for your birthday. But is it really cash? Is this a form of cash? And the answer is, it's not cash, because you know that it's backed by something other than Amazon. If it were just Amazon that could print these whenever they wanted and hand them out filled with value, they wouldn't be in business for very long. Somehow, this represents your credit of Federal Reserve currency, and Amazon's going to redeem it for that or for equal value. So you know that they can't just willy-nilly print these if someone didn't offer them money in advance. So it's not cash. It is simply a store credit. You trust them. You trust them to allow you to redeem it and to not suddenly disappear in backing it up. But you're not trusting them to print the money that backs it up. You're trusting someone else to do that. So the answer is, this is not an example of cash, even though it's close to a cash experience. So now we're looking at something that is real cash. This is an ancient African sea slug, also known as the cowrie, and it's not truly just African. It's one of the few species that is on all 5 continents. Typically 15 to 20 miles offshore is where they breed, so it's very, very hard. In olden days, it was very, very hard to stockpile these because not many fishermen could get 15 to 20 miles from shore. So this was prized all over the world, and it still is. Kori tribes in Africa still use it as their major form of currency. In Thailand, it's officially 1/4500th of a baht. It is currency in those countries. It actually is legal tender in Thailand. You can pay your government bills with this. A cowrie shell is very distinct. It's hard, it's shiny, it's teethed on both sides, which no other shell is. But that's not, why is that important? Because it's not easy to counterfeit this. It's fungible, it's not easy to counterfeit, it's portable, it's not a perfect currency, it's not divisible easily. You can't divide it and give change to someone easily. But that actually turns out not to be a problem because it comes in all sorts of sizes and shapes, and it comes in all sorts of colors. So one example is people use it to adorn themselves, but as an interesting point, this woman, this was taken recently, is not just adorning herself with cowrie shells, she's wearing her wallet on her body. She actually has pennies, nickels, dimes, and dollars all surrounding her body. I'm not so sure that's going to prevent mugging, but this is a pretty wealthy woman and she's showing her money. So let's talk a little bit about why the cowrie shell is money and why the Amazon card is not. The Amazon card represents what you know to be dollars from your national currency. The cowrie shell is the value itself. It's more like gold. You accept it as something that's worthwhile. So Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle were each a student of each other. Plato first in about 489 BC, then Socrates, and finally Aristotle was Socrates' student. Socrates, between 320 and 370 BC, was not a philosopher. We know him as a philosopher today. He was actually a city leader. And he was in Greece, and his job was to try to get, one of his jobs, was to try to get the outliers, the farming communities that were 100 miles away from Crete, to begin using currency instead of bartering. And this was a major problem for officials, because if you barter, if you own a piece of land and you grow cotton, and let's say you have the mills and the looms on your land too. So you not only grow cotton, you make the finest shirts and togas in the land. The problem is, how are you going to eat? Your neighbor who's in walking distance grows beans and corn, and that's how he makes his living. Well, that's fine. You can trade with your neighbor, but you'd better hope that your neighbor needs shirts, because if he doesn't, you're not going to find anyone else within walking distance who's growing food. So it becomes a very inefficient economy, because everyone has to use part of their land to grow food just in case. So obviously, currency solves this problem. It not only solves the problem of being able to trade for something that's not your neighbor's property, it also allows you to store and accumulate your wealth. It allows you to handle the times when you're off season. You're not growing the corn anymore. The corn has rotted, but you still have the wealth and you can buy the things you need. So it was a very, very significant goal of Greece, Egypt, Rome, to get people to trust some form of stored value. And they had this concept of currency, and Aristotle wrote a document that said, well, there's 4 properties of a currency. If it's going to be functional, if it's going to work, it has to be durable. It can't fall apart, so it has to be a hard metal coin. Today, I guess paper and plastic would count too. It can't fall apart. Some of that doesn't really count today because it can be online. But it has to be durable. It has to be portable. So you go to buy a new car today, and if the car dealer says, well, we accept cash, but we also accept scrap metal. We need a lot of scrap metal. The problem is the scrap metal is such low value that you would need boatloads of scrap metal to trade for that car. So it's got to be portable. It has to have very high value density. You can stick it in your pocket. It has to be divisible, so you can shave it very thin. As you know, Bitcoin, you can shave to 8 decimal places even before they do any of this new mathematical stuff on it. Gold can be shaven to 1 atom thick, but that doesn't mean it's easy for someone in a farm community to even be sure that they're looking at real gold and to shave it thin and measure it in a transaction. So gold's really not as divisible as it seems. And there's one other thing that Aristotle said. He said that to be a real functional currency, it needs to have intrinsic value. That's actually a direct translation of his word. No one really agrees on what that means today. People say gold has intrinsic value because it's used by jewelers and it's used by electricians. It's needed in industry. It's needed for fillings of teeth. It's needed for all these things. But that really isn't the case. The value of gold, the fact that it was $35 an ounce for almost 35 years, and then it shot up to $1,600 an ounce and then pulled back to $900, the value of gold is not driven by jewelers and dentists. It's driven by speculators, and it's driven by bank transfers, Federal Reserve transferring with other countries to settle debts. So gold is not really relying on its intrinsic value. So I would add, for modern times, 4 new properties of a functional currency. It has to be fungible, scarce, stable, and even difficult to counterfeit, obviously. So the cowrie shell had some of these properties. Let's look, for example, at fungibility. So my friend Peter is sitting here, and he comes into town and he says, I really need a car this weekend. I'm picking up my fiance. I need to do this and that and the other thing. Can I borrow your car? So I give him my brand new Subaru Outback. Cost me $25,000. And I said, Peter, it's brand new. Don't get into an accident. And Peter drives away, and he comes back to me in a week and he says, Phil, I totaled your car and I don't have insurance. But don't worry, your car was worth $25,000. I stopped off at a Cadillac dealer on the way back here. And it's not new, but it's a Cadillac. It's 10 years old, but it is worth about $25,000. It's worth as much as the car you gave to me. I don't want his 10-year-old Cadillac. I want my brand new Subaru. So that's not going to leave me feeling very good. But if I loan Peter $100, if I give him a $100 bill and he comes back a week later and he gives me 5 20s, or he gives me a personal check, as long as my bank honors that personal check, I don't give a darn. That's the same thing to me. It's completely fungible. It's like oil. It doesn't matter where it comes from. It goes in the car. Once it's refined, it works. So currency has to be all of these things. The real question is intrinsic value necessary? And it's easy to answer that, because ever since the end of the Civil War, we've been trusting our national treasury to produce money. Before the Civil War, our banks produced the money. Each Confederate state and each bank in the northern states produced its own money. It was signed by Chase Manhattan. It was signed by the Wells Fargo. All the older banks, they used to produce their own money. They still do in Hong Kong. That's how Hong Kong works. But Ever since the end of the Civil War, the government has produced money, the federal government, the Treasury. But here's something that you probably know. Up until 1972, that money was backed by something other than the promise of the federal government. It was backed, does anyone know what it was backed by up until 72? It was backed by gold. So up until 72, even though it was illegal for US citizens to own gold other than jewelry, that's a pretty strange thing, but it was illegal to own gold other than jewelry. You couldn't even own Canadian gold coins or Krugerrands from South Africa. Anyone in another country could take their dollars to a bank and demand that the United States trade for them 1/35th of an ounce of gold. That was a fungible, that was a guarantee from the US government. Any foreigner can demand for their dollar 1/35th of an ounce of gold. By 1972, 73, it started becoming clear that this wasn't going to work anymore. Gold was rising in use for other purposes. People were starting to speculate. And so the US, in an agreement in Ithaca, New York called the Bretton Woods Agreement, the United States decoupled its dollar from gold. There was a big question as to what's going to replace the dollar. And a bunch of analysts were sent out to try to figure out, this was during the early Nixon era, were sent out to try and figure out, would it destabilize people's trust in the United States if we said it's backed by nothing? Of course, that's not how they phrased it. It's backed by the good faith and credit of the American people. And they came back to the conclusion that for now you can back it by nothing. We'll see how it goes. And so the dollar's not backed by anything now. What it's really backed by is your expectation that that $20 bill in your pocket that buys 3 pizzas, 1 inexpensive dinner without wine, or a movie ticket will still be worth that when you give it to someone else next week. That's all it's backed by. It's backed by your expectation that the government doesn't overprint them, that they don't flood the market with too many of these for the amount of talent and goods in the labor pool. That's the only thing that is backing the dollar. And for many people, that's not good enough. So I'm running behind, so I'm not going to go over in detail this chart. But what you probably don't know is that even before cowrie shells, Egypt had a very, very codified system of currency based on wheat. Egypt was probably, the fertile area of the Nile was probably the only area on earth that would work, because the weather is so predictable and the amount of wheat harvest is so predictable every year. But wheat was actually currency. How much wheat you grew was currency. But obviously it fails many of the tests of a modern currency. So Bitcoin, surprisingly, solves every single problem. It actually can be the stored value, not just the transmission system. And when you hear Andreas talk after me, he makes a very good argument that Bitcoin does not need to be considered a currency. It never should be a goal of Bitcoin. It can be just a way of low friction transfer of money. I think I'm capsulizing what he told me last week at MIT. But I feel that it actually, because it's a provable, limited, scarce concept, I believe that it has every much of a chance as a national dollar, because they're both not backed by anything. The dollar is backed by a government that says, trust us, we won't print more. But every few weeks there's a crisis in Washington and they raise the debt another few $1 billion or $1 trillion, and they go ahead and they print more. And the only reason it doesn't inflate and become worthless is because the Chinese keep buying that debt from us. Or they keep selling us products, but they're not spending that money. They're not flooding our market back with them. They're saving that money. But someday, all that work and all those things we're buying from China, the underwear, the shoes, the computers, the toys, someday they're going to expect us to start working for them, producing something. And if we're not producing something for them, the dollars are going to become worthless very, very quickly. So in a way, I'm the speaker who's most libertarian. I'm the speaker who's most worried that we're on the precipice of a crisis right now. So back to the Amazon gift card, it's not money because it needs support from behind. And Bitcoin can be money because of 2 facts. It is a provably scarce commodity. I think everyone in here knows there's about 12 or 13 million Bitcoins in the world right now, but there will never be more than 21 million. Actually, I think we're up to 15 or 16 million right now. There will never be more than 21 million. It is the solution to a mathematical problem. Think of it as a 21st order polynomial. No one can manufacture more Bitcoins. It can't be done. When we start using Bitcoins, if we use it as the actual stored value, as the actual money, it will be a deflationary economy, and that's not bad. So The real difference in Bitcoin, we've already covered that it's capped, but it's also decentralized. Its trust comes from the community. There is, I think all of you here know, there is no central authority in Bitcoin. You can't shut down the network. So that's a blank slide. For governments, a capped decentralized currency is an opportunity, not a threat. We're starting to see that finally. We've had a succession of Federal Reserve Board Chairman Alan Greenspan, who started out by saying it's a scam, I don't understand it, it's a pyramid scheme. Now in interviews, his latest interview with CNN and with Israeli 24, he's now saying, even though he's retired and out of the picture, I don't know, if people trust it, maybe it's as good as money. I don't quite understand it, I don't quite get it, but maybe it can be eventually national currency. Janet Yellen actually embraces it. She said that she believes that it can be that's her quote, that it can be an opportunity for governments, not a threat. And the current Federal Reserve Board Chairman is sitting on the fence. But what I mean by an opportunity and not a threat is that right now it's just assumed that governments have an interest in controlling their monetary supply. They run a treasury, and they run a national bank. I think that there's a credible argument that indicates a country can be viable, it can tax its citizens, it can prepare for war, it can do all the things it needs to be, but it doesn't need to be in control of its own monetary supply. It may be a more trustworthy country if it's not in control of its money supply. Now, it has to live like individuals, corporations, businesses, and their own states have to live. All of those entities have to balance their budget. Only the federal government can get away with lip service. Oh, for every dollar we spend, we'll cut back $2 somewhere else. But it never happens. In the last 20 years, it just doesn't. Since the Reagan era, it just never happens. And we just keep piling and piling and piling involuntary debt on our children. But with Bitcoin, how would governments match their budget shortfall if they didn't tax enough to handle this year's spending? They could still do it. They could still wage war if their people stood behind them. They could simply float a bond, and they could say, look, instead of piling next generation with involuntary debt, we, the government, will take on voluntary debt. We will find people to back us, and we will say, if you trust us, we want you to be a partner, and we'll pay you this interest. So it would be almost like a treasury bill is today, except that would finance the government rather than printing money, which is financing half of our deficit right now. So this actually is the slide that I just talked about. And as I said, I'm the libertarian speaker, so I refer to selling our souls to other countries. We're not really selling our souls, but for everyone who wonders what's China going to do, are they going to control our policy, our military, they have so much of our money. My attitude on that, even though I don't believe that it's right to have our major trading partner be a communist government, my attitude is they're not doing anything wrong. They are providing us with inexpensive and lately high-quality goods and services, including this computer that I'm using, and we are not giving them anything in return. I'm puzzled as to why they trust us so much. They're piling up trillions of US dollars, and what are they going to do with those dollars someday? Whatever they do with those dollars, they're entitled to it. They've been working for us for so many decades. We're going to somehow have to start working for them for decades. And the only way out of a mess like this is for us to base our economy on something other than dollars. We've already covered that. Okay, so let's talk about the Bitcoin adoption. And this is the second third, but I promise you the last 2/3 of my part are very quick. So right now, who is acquiring Bitcoins? Anyone in this audience own Bitcoins? Okay, so 1/3 of the people in the audience own Bitcoins. Bitcoin right now is being bought by a few people who are geeks, and that's actually most of the people who are buying it. I bought this computer with Bitcoin from Newegg, and just because I wanted to try it. But it wasn't easy to acquire the Bitcoins. I had to prove to Coinbase who I was. I had to jump through a bunch of hurdles, either that or meet someone in a dark alley on local coins and negotiate to buy the Bitcoins. They're either geeks or they're investors who say, well, wait a second, if there's only 21 billion Bitcoins, and if eventually even 2% of the economy uses it, and only the internet economy, that means they're going to need like 3 trillion of these. So how are This is going to be worth a fortune if anyone adopts this. If anyone starts using it, forget whether it's money. If they even start using it as a SWIFT mechanism to settle funds transfers between companies across the world. After all, it's far cheaper than MasterCard and Visa and other mechanisms. So they're going to have to divide this Bitcoin pretty tiny. What a Lexus car might cost 10 Bitcoin, 20 Bitcoins today, it's going to cost 3 Bitcoins tomorrow. So I'll just buy some coins and hold on to it. So it's investors, it's early adopters, it's your friends who are testing it out, and of course it's people like Silk Road who are using it because it's quasi-anonymous and it's hard to trace down. The problem with this picture is not that people are doing this. I'm doing it. I'm investing in it and I'm spending with it. But the problem is that those type of people are outweighing people who are really using it for commerce. That will gradually change. Today it's speculators who are buying Bitcoins, but tomorrow, vendors like Tiger Direct or Overstock.com or even eBay and Amazon, they're both going to be accepting Bitcoin by the end of this year. Vendors will gradually begin saying, you know what, let's leave 20% of our Bitcoins as Bitcoins. Let's not have our bank convert it to cash instantly. Let's just keep it the way it is, because we're going to need to spend it soon. So why should we have the round-trip transaction charge of an exchange? Let's just hold on to it as Bitcoins. When people start doing that, when they start thinking that way, a whole variety of domino effects will start occurring. A growing fraction of people will leave their Bitcoins in their wallets. Exchange rate gyrations, up 10% in a day, down 20% in a day, that will start to diminish drastically. Eventually, 2 years from now, when there's a sudden exchange rate volatility, when the Bitcoin suddenly spikes up 15% in one day or down 10%, you're not going to say, what the heck happened to Bitcoin today? What's the news? Instead, you're going to say, what the heck happened to the American dollar today? Why did it gyrate so much? Now that may sound unbelievable, but if a company like Dell publishes a catalog and they believe in Bitcoin enough, they're holding on to their Bitcoins in their wallet enough, they could start publishing their price for their next computer in Bitcoin. Why publish their price as $1,100 for the computer and then say, if you want to buy it, we'll convert to Bitcoin, you'll check out. Instead, they can publish the price. They can say that this computer is 6 Bitcoins. And they can hold that price for 1 or 2 weeks. A printed catalog, it's hard to change your price in a printed catalog. When that starts happening, we'll see the price fluctuations diminish drastically. Okay, so there is, so our next speaker's waiting, so I'll get on to the last part, which is, what is it that my company does? I'm one of the founders and I'm co-chair of CRYPSA, the Cryptocurrency Standards Association. What we're doing is we're developing standards and practices that allow Bitcoin to service not just the people you saw on the slide 3 slides ago, not just criminals, friends, people who trust it, people who want to try it, and geeks, but we're trying to bring back the protections and the services you would expect with a credit card transaction, a check, or a letter of credit. In other words, you buy real estate, there's a right of rescission for 3 days. You have a contract labor, there's an arbitration process. If a Bitcoin transaction could voluntarily be provable on both sides before you set up the transaction, that it's tied to a contract, that the parties are known to each other if you want them to be known to each other, that you have X number of days to back out of the transaction, that a check can be stopped, so to speak, or that a credit card scam can be reversed. Everyone says, well, why would you want to do that? Bitcoin is a single, final, anonymous transaction. It doesn't need to be, though. It can be that. We don't want to take that away from anyone. We certainly don't want to get away from the libertarian roots of Bitcoin. However, it's not suited towards serious business in many, many ways. And with what we're doing, membership-driven community, you're all welcome to sign up as you leave and join us. What we're looking is to create standards and practices so that the banks sitting on the fences, on the sidelines, are more comfortable and can jump into the fray and say, yeah, we offer those services too. We offer loans, we offer real estate transactions, we offer interest. There's already a company called wagecan.com, that's paying interest on a credit card that can be spent just anywhere MasterCard is accepted, and yet it's backed by the largest bank in Hong Kong. It's a real bank account that pays interest. So, any of you who want to talk to me later, I'm not going to bother talking about the transaction flags. We can talk to you about our first spec for a wallet overlay. And I'd like to thank you for joining us. That was just an introduction. Our first speaker is about to go live on that screen. And thank you so much for joining us. I'll leave this up.
Good morning, everyone. We're just going to be turning around the camera any second now so I can see everybody else in the room rather than myself.
So one side, we get
Ah, very good. Well, thank you very much for having me today. My name is Andreas Antonopoulos. I'm the author of Mastering Bitcoin, and I've been in the area of Bitcoin now for just over 3 years on a full-time basis. I first discovered Bitcoin in 2011, and my first reaction to Bitcoin when I discovered it was, ha, nerd money. And then I proceeded to ignore it for 6 months, which is, I'm sure, a reaction that many in this room have also had. It's really easy to dismiss Bitcoin at first glance, especially if it's associated with an activity that you perhaps find unsavory on a personal basis. But shortly after that event, about 6 months later, I came across Bitcoin again, and I decided to read the paper by Satoshi Nakamoto. If you haven't read this paper, I would recommend you read it. If you have even a basic level of technical knowledge, you will be able to understand it. It's written in surprisingly plain English. It is remarkably easy to understand, and it's also a beautifully written scientific paper. It's just 9 pages long, and within those 9 pages, it outlines exactly how Bitcoin works and, in fact, predicts many of the characteristics and features of Bitcoin as it evolved more than 5 years later. So that was my second interaction with Bitcoin. I decided to read the paper, and when I read the paper, I suddenly realized that this was a lot more than just a currency. My first impression was that Bitcoin was some form of perhaps an alternative to a World of Warcraft gold, or some kind of poker site, digital money, or something like that. And really, I didn't see the potential. When I read the paper, what I realized was that this was a technology platform that allowed us to do things that had never been done before, specifically in terms of distributed systems, to achieve a two-party transaction that's verified by a completely decentralized consensus network. And if that sounded like a load of gibberish to you at first glance, give me an hour and I'll explain it in a bit more detail. The bottom line is that Bitcoin is a platform, and to look at it as money for the internet or the equivalent of World of Warcraft gold misses some of its most important characteristics. I often say that I consider Bitcoin to be the internet of money, and currency is just the first app on this new internet of money. If you think of it as a platform that can support a variety of applications, then the Bitcoin currency is just the first app on the Bitcoin network. What's really exciting about Bitcoin is that it enables, for the first time, the transfer of value between two parties without a third party in the middle. You see, the tricky thing about World of Warcraft gold is not the gold. That's fairly well established as a form of value, and you know, you can trade it, you can buy it, and lots of people earn a living farming it in games. In fact, it's a fairly well-established area of commerce. The downside of any such currency is the World of Warcraft company that happens to control everything about that currency. And that just makes it yet another digital currency. What's interesting about Bitcoin is there is no company, there is no service, there is no issuer, and there is no clearinghouse. All of these functions are replaced by a completely distributed network that allows two parties to interact directly with each other while having the security of their transaction guaranteed by a very large decentralized network that takes no sides, that is neutral to the source and destination of the transaction, that verifies a transaction without consideration of the amount or the source or destination. And that is truly remarkable, because that removes the power which sits at the center of most financial systems. When people hear about Bitcoin being a digital currency, the initial reaction for many is, well, yes, so what? And that's a normal reaction because, in fact, all currencies are digital. Nowadays, every single currency in the world is digital, in whole or in part at least. In fact, if the digital part of the US dollar stopped working, people would discover very quickly that the green pieces of cotton that they swap with each other would suffer a tremendous drop in value. The ability of those green pieces of cotton to retain their value is largely based on the extremely large network of digital currency interactions that happen both between the government or the state and the issuer and the people, as well as commercial transactions and international transactions. So Bitcoin is a digital currency, but so what? All currencies are digital. And Bitcoin is a new currency that lives on the internet. Well, so what? PayPal already does that. And Bitcoin can be used to do shopping and buy things from Dell, but so can Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal. What's the point of having another one? And those are all very valid questions because they all miss the fundamental reality of what Bitcoin is. See, the problem with PayPal, Visa, and MasterCard is not the currency or the payment network. Those are fairly efficient. The problem is the PayPal, the Visa, and the MasterCard component. In fact, the companies that act as clearinghouses. Because what they can do is exert power over transactions. And they can exert power that is beyond the reach of law in many cases. And that creates some rather disturbing phenomena, especially now that we're seeing global currency wars break out between Russia and the US, China and the US, and many other countries. We see that control over currency is being used increasingly as a geopolitical weapon. Let me give you a brief example, something that certainly affected me in my decisions and my interest in Bitcoin. Perhaps you remember that almost a decade ago, the U.S. government decided that WikiLeaks represented a risk for state secrets. And what was interesting about that particular case is that instead of suing WikiLeaks or taking WikiLeaks to court, filing an injunction, or trying to pass some law that banned what they did, they found themselves in a rather interesting conundrum. You see, there's this pesky part of the law, which is the First Amendment. And that part of the law says that publishing is a fundamental right. I apologize, my phone is ringing nonstop here. Publishing is a fundamental right that is available not just to U.S. citizens, but to all people. And in fact, the government is prohibited from prior restraint of publishing. Even if something is published, the bar that is set to punish that kind of behavior, the behavior of speech, when it offends other interests or rights, is extremely high. So instead, what the U.S. government did, and we've seen this happen in many countries, it's not just the U.S. that does this, obviously, but it was a particularly egregious example, is they applied pressure to Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, the SWIFT wire transfer network, and various banks. And they basically froze WikiLeaks out of the banking system. They made it so that consumers could not send money to WikiLeaks, not because WikiLeaks had been convicted of a crime, not because there had been a decision in a court against WikiLeaks, but because simply the financial services companies that were involved in transmitting the payments could be intimidated enough to stop making those payments. At that point in time, something else was happening. You could use your Visa card to send a donation to the Ku Klux Klan of Alabama. You could use your Visa card to send a donation to the neo-Nazi party of Athens, Greece. In fact, you could continue to use your Visa and MasterCard to pay for a lot of different activities that many would find odious and in many countries were in fact illegal, but not WikiLeaks. So here we have a content-based restriction on speech implemented through control of the financial system. Now, this is where Bitcoin is different, and one of the most interesting things about Bitcoin, in my view, is that it doesn't allow a third party to have control over transactions in that way, because transactions are not processed by a party that can be sued, have its servers seized, or pressured extrajudicially to create blacklists or whitelists, lists of forms of payment that are permitted and forms of payment that are forbidden. All of these things are not possible with Bitcoin because transactions are implemented by the network and not by a company that acts as a clearinghouse. So Bitcoin essentially creates an environment where, while it is a digital currency and while it is a network, the fundamental function of the clearinghouse, which is the organization that records transactions, is not done by any single party. In fact, that function is distributed across the network. In Bitcoin terms, you will often hear the term blockchain, and blockchain is a decentralized ledger. Decentralized ledger is basically a list of transactions that allows you to view who's made a transaction on the network. And ledgers are nothing new. In fact, ledgers are probably the first use of writing that we've seen in archaeology. If you look at stone tablets discovered from antiquity or papyrus, you'll find that the first samples ever discovered were ledgers. Ledgers of how many goats were owed by one person to another, or how many pots of wine were being sold by one king to another. Ledgers, in fact, are very old forms of technology. What's really interesting about Bitcoin and the blockchain is that it implements the first decentralized ledger. See, the powerful thing about a ledger is not the ledger itself, but who gets to write on the ledger. Who gets to create the authoritative record that says that I own one pot of wine or one goat, or that I have given something to someone else and records that on the ledger. It's not the ledger that gives power, it's the ledger writer that has the power. And in Bitcoin, writing on the ledger is the function that is decentralized across the entire network. So the ledger itself is not stored on any single computer. It's simultaneously stored on every system that runs a Bitcoin node, using a protocol very similar to BitTorrent, which you may be familiar from file sharing systems. It distributes this ledger across all of the computers that are participating in the Bitcoin network. But then the really exciting technology is the ability to distribute control over who gets to write to that ledger through a form of competition called mining. And what Bitcoin does is it enables complete decentralization of mining and complete decentralization of control over that ledger, which means that when I do a transaction and I send Bitcoin from my own wallet to somebody else's wallet, that transaction is signed by me, transmitted to the network, and then recorded on the global ledger, not by one person who's in charge or one computer system or one server, but instead by a global competition that is not subject to the whims of control of any single individual, organization, nation, government, or hierarchy. And that is really a currency for the internet age. That is what distinguishes Bitcoin from everything that has come before. It's really difficult to grasp at first the implications of this technology because we've never actually seen a fully decentralized control system like this. But the closest we have come to it is understanding the internet itself. And the internet does for communications what Bitcoin does for money. It removes control over publishing from any single individual and allows anyone to be a publisher on a global scale without restrictions. The internet doesn't violate borders, it simply doesn't know those borders are there. It allows instantaneous access from anyone to anyone anywhere on the globe, and it doesn't discriminate between languages, origins, destinations, content, whether you're sending video, audio, or text. Bitcoin does the same thing for money. It doesn't violate borders. It simply doesn't know borders exist. It operates as a network protocol, transmitting value from source address to destination address without knowing whether the source address is Jimmy the plumber or the Bundesbank. It doesn't know if the destination address is the Federal Reserve or Jimmy's wife. And it doesn't know if or care if the amount that's being transmitted is a small amount or an enormous amount. It will transmit value simply from source to destination across borders without restrictions. And at the same time, it has no counterparty. It has no centralized control over that. So that's what's really exciting about Bitcoin. Combined with open source technology, an open programming environment where anyone can write an application, launch it on the Bitcoin platform without asking permission from any incumbents, reinvent banking, reinvent other financial services, and extend infrastructure in places in the world where today banking infrastructure cannot be deployed because of cost. All of these things mean that Bitcoin is a lot more than just the latest iteration of currency. It is the first transnational, global, instantaneous internet currency, and those characteristics imply that it will have a long-lasting impact and a pretty fundamental impact, not just on banking and finance, but on many aspects of today's digital life. And with that, I'd like to thank you all and take questions from the audience. I'm not sure I can hear you, Philip. I can't hear anyone, actually.
We have a, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
We have a larger audience online than here. Peter, are they able to send in questions too?
I have not given them that.
Okay.
So we're going to get everybody to come up to the podium.
Okay, people will come up here. Andreas, I have the first question. When you describe the inability of countries to issue extrajudicial process to be a choke point on a financial transaction, what would you say to the people the skeptics who I face frequently, who say, yeah, well, what about when it's not extrajudicial? What about when it is wanting to legitimately, through the consensus of the electorate, stop a certain organization from acquiring those funds? The rule of law, so to speak.
Well, in cases where the rule of law is applied directly, you can use many of the same techniques of law enforcement and judicial enforcement that are used in any other way. You know, we don't consider it weird that in order to stop cash transactions between individuals, we don't have tracking chips on every paper bill. Instead, what we do is if you use that to commit a crime, we punish that crime and we punish the individual involved. So if I were, for example, to use a digital currency instead of cash to fund an activity that was illegal, then I can be taken to court and penalties can be applied against me. You see, the difference here is a distinction between the crime itself and the means by which the crime was committed or funded. We don't consider that when a crime is committed with cash, that cash is the problem. We think that when a crime is committed with cash, the crime is the problem and the crime is what is punished. The idea that in order to stop crime, we need totalitarian surveillance of all forms of payment across the world without prior suspicion, without warrants, without judicial process, is abhorrent to democratic nations. And so, in fact, I see that that has far more downsides than benefits. The truth is that where Bitcoin has been used for criminal activities, law enforcement has had no difficulty finding and punishing the perpetrators, and in fact using the public ledger as a forensic proof, a forensic evidence set against those people, and then applying standard judicial practices. Bitcoin doesn't make it easy to commit crime. In fact, it makes it easy to produce evidence of a crime where there is individualized suspicion. What it makes it difficult to do is totalitarian and holistic surveillance of all payments by all citizens, whether suspected of a crime or not. And I think that's a benefit. That's a good thing.
Absolutely. Would anyone like to come up and use the microphone? And Peter, do people know how to ask questions online? Is there a little chat box there?
Yeah, so far we haven't done it.
Okay. We have Manny is coming up.
First of all, if anybody does want to ask a question, just let me know if you want to be on camera on live broadcast or not. So back and forth for broadcast. If you're interested.
Okay, thank you very much, Andreas, for such a wonderful presentation. And my question has to do with some governments that are creating digital currency using the blockchain. What thoughts do you have on this?
Well, I haven't actually seen any governments seriously consider creating digital currencies using blockchain technologies. It really depends on how they do so. If a government decides to use the blockchain technology to create a digital currency that is decentralized, open source, open to innovation, and allows for open and transparent control by all, then essentially we've shifted the conversation and we've moved governments into the playing field of digital currencies, and I think that would be a good thing. Although, of course, if they did create such a currency, then the question would be, why use that one when Bitcoin offers the same, only on a global basis? What is the advantage? On the other hand, if that currency was minted by that government in a centralized fashion, if the ledger was controlled by that government in a centralized fashion, then the use of a blockchain really doesn't make it any different than traditional digital currencies, and in fact it offers no advantage. It is simply a rehash of the traditional monetary system, which gives full control to a nation state that can apply a monopoly of issuance and a monopoly of control on the transactions. And in that case, it's simply a much, much more limited version of Bitcoin. Let's call it the CompuServe versus the Internet. And we all know how that one ends.
Okay, thank you. Do we have somebody else? Because then I have a second question for you. Okay. Oh, I've got you right there. Come on in, Alex.
Hello, Andreas.
Hello, Alex.
What are, in your opinion, the two biggest challenges for a greater adoption of Bitcoin nowadays?
Well, I think that Bitcoin being such a fundamentally different technology from what we're traditionally used to takes time. And, you know, it's not unlike the early internet days when the technology was very difficult to use. It required a lot of weird words that most people didn't understand, like www and http / this, that, and the other. All of that language was alien to most people. And even more alien was the idea that this was an open network composed of computers that were not controlled by anyone, that could talk to any other computer at any time without permission, that could publish independently without perceived authority. And all of these concepts were extremely strange to people. So it took two things to change that, and it will take the same two things to get Bitcoin mainstream adoption. The first is to improve the user interfaces and user experience, increase the security, and make it easier for people to use. And the other is to wait long enough for society to gradually absorb this level of disruptive change by adapting to these concepts, by learning the new language of decentralized payment systems, by breaking down constraints of the old models, and by changing the fundamental cognitive context. all of us have grown up in a world where currencies existed purely as a monopoly of nation states. I grew up in a world where airlines had flags on their tails, and each airline belonged to one country. And you know, it took a while to realize that it didn't have to be that way. I grew up in a world where phone companies were owned entirely by the state, and each country had its own flag phone company. Well, I also grew up in a world where the only currency allowed was the one created by the state, and now we live in a new world, and it's going to take some while to adjust to that. But it is something that has happened, and it's a big enough change that it will take time for people to absorb.
Thank you very much. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ, Alex. Thank you.
Okay, any last questions? Okay, so I guess we move on to our next speaker. Andreas, thank you so much for appearing live for us, and I'm sure we'll connect offline. I really appreciate it. I only met Andreas a week ago at MIT, by the way, in the outer lobby. And I said, would you come here to LaGuardia Community College? And he said, maybe I'll do it. And this is how we got him. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Phill. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
I don't know if you can hear it. You're getting applause.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Okay, so our next speaker is Stephen Sprague. And I'm going to let Stephen introduce himself. I don't even remember how we met, Stephen. Stephen was, I'll let him do the introduction, but he was the chairman for 15 years of Wave Systems. Any of you who have owned a flip phone in the early days, Wave was a big part of that. And now he's the CEO of Rivetz Corporation.
What kind of, we might even, you're cool.
Yep. This is the HDMI.
I bet you this plugs right in.
Oh, you have a small one? Perfect.
I don't know if I have the smallest.
That's an HDMI?
No, this is really small. So I think just regular HDMI.
Okay. I just need to pull this piece of tape.
That one right there.
This is regular HDMI.
Regular HDMI. That's okay.
Does that work?
Yep. Let's see what happens here. Function F5. Let's see if we can make that work. Excellent. Thank you, everybody, for having me. A little bit of background on who I am. I previously was CEO of a company called Wave Systems, spent 15 years in the trusted computing space, really helping drive the technology of trusted platform modules, self-encrypting drives, the hardware security that's embedded within your PC platforms. And as part of that, there was a lot of interesting work that's gone on into the mobile space. And I started Rivetz about 1.5 years ago, really to address the consumer applications of this trusted execution capability. And so we'll talk a little bit through what all those pieces are, and I think we have plenty of time for questions. So I thought I'd start with sort of a fun quote, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Bitcoin has an opportunity here, and we have been following. If you read all the press about Bitcoin, general consensus from the world out there is, we're putting our money in our phone and we're losing it and keys are getting missing. And it's not been, let's say, the best. It's been a little bit of a bumpy road going down the path where it's kind of appropriate. We're in that time of year in New York where potholes are highly entertaining, right? Don't get those low profile tires on your wheels because they're not really capable in the Northeast. But we've had some really challenging early losses in the space. And I think it's tainted a little bit people's perception of what's possible here. And we've also had some interesting regulatory aspects as well, and we'll talk about that. I think this is really at the core of the problem. And the core of the problem is we spend an enormous amount of time talking about the blockchain and the immutable aspects of Bitcoin and all this really interesting back office infrastructure. What's fascinating about that is there's a whole other half of the problem, but Bitcoin technology and blockchain technology don't address it. And so it's actually been a very interesting conversation. When I went a little over a year ago, I went to the Miami Bitcoin conference, and somebody called me up and said, you have to go learn about Bitcoin. So I booked a flight on a Thursday night to the Miami Bitcoin conference. I knew about this much about Bitcoin. And on my way to the Miami conference, I read the Satoshi white paper on the airplane going to the conference. I figured, might as well have at least some background material. And it was fascinating because it provides a complete replacement for one of the greatest challenges we've had in the cybersecurity space, which is a common central list for identity. And so now knowing one Satoshi white paper worth of Bitcoin, I wandered into the cocktail party at the Miami Bitcoin conference, which was great fun. And by the way, for all of us who have spent years in cybersecurity, all you have to do is get off the elevator, and the infamous gold girls from of the Miami conference, you have to ask others, were there handing us drinks, which was clearly not a normal cybersecurity conference. However, all the people in the room wanted to sit and talk about crypto, and so it was a fascinating conversation. I came home from Miami really with an understanding that Bitcoin was missing a big piece, and what it was missing was the ability to protect, certify, and use private keys. And so if you look at Bitcoin, it's really two halves. There's the half that happens inside the peer device. We don't talk about that very much. And I would like to use the word instructions. I've used it pretty broadly over the course of the last year, but what we're all about is how do we form the highest quality instruction to the miners? Because we don't do transactions in the phone or in your PC. What we do is form an instruction. And an instruction is the aggregate of the data that's made up, the amount, the account, how do I want to change it? Bitcoin is a very simple transaction on a blockchain. I'm moving some money from one account. Really, I'm altering one ledger entry and moving the data to another, or creating a new ledger entry. And anybody who's taken the first year of accounting, right? Great opportunity to understand how we do just basic, simple entry accounting. And if you want to change something, you have to actually make a change. So high assurance instructions are absolutely critical to the proper operation of a blockchain. How do you generate a high assurance instruction? Well, we use a device, but we know devices have a problem. This is, the NSA did a good job of capturing Andrea Merkel's devices. So we're worried about everything from social engineering to bad passwords to malware, keyboard loggers. It's really easy to create a fake instruction. You can't actually hide a secret in the operating system. So today, all transactions are done with a device, because very few people want to get their calculator out. You can, with a piece of paper and a calculator, actually form a Bitcoin instruction. The math isn't that complicated, but trust me, the humans will make more mistakes than the malware will affect. And so there are an enormous list of challenges. We can compromise 100% of all the devices doing Bitcoin. Not complicated. It's just a question of when the target gets big enough. Right now, realistically, Bitcoin's kind of very small amount of money. It's only a few $1 billion, and you probably can't steal all of it at the same time. You can only steal little bits. But they're just some incredible examples of where a man in the browser or in your machine has altered transactions. In Brazil last summer, they have a whole electronic payment scheme for small businesses, and on a Friday, all the money went to a foreign account. All the money. Like, they were just paying the plumbers and the printer and the guy who did the advertising run this week, and a piece of malware got inserted into the computers, and what the people saw on the screen was, pay the printer $75 for new business cards, and what happened was the $75 went to an offshore account. And a huge challenge to actually assure that the instructions are correct. So what do we need to do? We need secure devices, and there are lots of examples of these from things like a Trezor device or Ledger's USB wallet. This is a paper. Not the most convenient. What we want is the same thing Apple Pay has. Carry around in my pocket, push the button, buy something. And so Rivetz is all about turning on the hardware security capabilities that are already resident in modern devices to give you the highest assurance formation of an instruction for a financial transaction. Let's talk about what that actually requires. So what really makes up a secure instruction? So the first is protect the keys with hardware. That's actually relatively easy to do. There are 3 or 4 different technologies that are out there. They're industry standard. There's a whole other standards body that's out there called the Trusted Computing Group that's been around for a number of years. There are 130 companies that are part of it, and they've been writing specifications forever. And 100% of all the new PCs you buy have their technologies resident in some way, shape, or form in your PC. And it's the ability to hide and protect a secret. Now, one of the challenges that trusted platform modules have, which is this technology that's in all your PCs, is they don't support Bitcoin elliptic curve. So while I can protect the key, I have to get the key into the operating system in order to form a transaction. So I now have another layer of vulnerability. And so isolated execution is also important. What isolated execution means was when I'm actually forming the transaction, taking the actual data elements of this account, this amount to that account, and I'm going to sign it with my private key so that I can send it off to the mining equipment for them to digest and put into the blockchain. You don't want to have the individual transaction or individual elements of that transaction altered. And so isolated execution is a new technology. Trusted execution environments have been available in ARM processors now for about 6 or 7 years out of something called ARM Trust Zone. But it used to be that in order to gain access to ARM Trust Zone, you had to do a deal with the manufacturer. And so for many years, certain phones have had this capability, and a couple of companies have been able to work with the big manufacturers to embed capabilities within the device. As of a couple of years ago, a new joint venture was formed by ARM and the 2 big SIM chip manufacturers, a company called Trustonic, that's enabled us to have access to program the trust execution environment after the fact. And they've now been shipping that in a number of different phones, most notably as Samsung. And anybody who's interested, I can show you a full Samsung trust execution transaction later on if you like. I have a phone here. Also, if anybody wants to just go online, you can go to blog.rivetz.com, and there's a 2-minute video of watching a transaction all the way through. And so trusted execution is a really important piece of the puzzle because it provides isolation from the primary OS. We assume that a very sophisticated team of hackers has had full access to modify the software on the phone as much as they like, and we're still going to perform a assured Bitcoin transaction where you can't steal the keys. So assume a completely rooted phone. However, no modifications to the hardware. So this is software tamper-proof, hardware tamper-resistant. You know, a few $100,000 in a really good lab, you might be able to extract the key out of a phone, but you'd have to have the physical phone. And at Black Hat a number of years ago, keys were extracted out of a TPM, and it destroyed something like 50 TPMs in order to get it out. And so general sense is this is $1 million vault. If you had $1 million, you probably could steal a key. I wouldn't put more than a few $1 million in Bitcoin on a single phone. So the third piece of the puzzle, and probably the most interesting in technology you haven't seen before, is trusted user interface. So another standards body called Global Platform, which is made up of the European banking partners, have been writing specifications around TEE, trusted execution, and now TUI, trusted user interface. And what trusted user interface is that in your phone, we can interrupt the main processor, isolate the operating system, actually push a pause button on the execution of the operating system. And the trusted execution environment it has the capability to draw on the screen. And so we're able to page memory into the video subsystem that cannot be seen by the OS. And so therefore, we can put the transaction details on the screen. It says, this amount with this account to that account, and the user has to see it with their eyeballs. And in our case, we have a consent button or a PIN pad. You push the consent button, the transaction moves forward. It's not possible for the operating system to push the consent button. And that's a really important characteristic. By the way, 100% of us are familiar with this transaction. Anybody ever shop with a credit card? When you go down to the grocery store and you swipe your credit card, do you swipe it through the big computer behind the counter or a little payment terminal out front? Payment terminal. That payment terminal has a display on it and a PIN pad. And the purpose is that display is actually going to display the transaction your card is going to be charged. What's on the computer at the checkout counter may or may not be the real amount, because that computer is subject to lots of different potential attacks with malware. The Verifone payment terminal or an Ingenico payment terminal has what's called PCI compliance. They actually assure the integrity of the device and the display. And so when you hear about something called EMV transactions, Europay, MasterCard, and Visa, where I have a smart card, right? We're all starting to get lots of smart cards as the credit card industry replaces our cards. And we plug it into that terminal. The other half of the EMV specification is that the terminal provides the secure display and secure PIN entry. By the way, no one has ever done a secure e-commerce transaction, because even though there's 1 billion smart cards deployed in Europe, and they're all very happy with their smart cards, they beat us over the head over MagStripe for years. It turns out when they shop online in France, they type in a 16-character credit card number, flip it over, and type the 3-character security code on the back end. Really? Well, they have a chip. By the way, in my old job, we participated with PC OEMs and shipped like 250 million smart card slots. Guess what you can't do? Take your European payment card, stuff it in the smart card slot on your European provisioned laptop, because there's no security technology in the machine for a high assurance reader. Trusted user interface now gives us that capability embedded within, for example, a Galaxy Note 4 phone. So trusted user interface is a critical piece of technology in this, because now we've taken all the components of an EMV payment terminal, sucked them up, and stuffed them inside the phone. The final piece is proof of state. And so out of, again, the Trusted Computing Group, back to the first standards body, there are a series of specifications around how we attest to the integrity of a device at any point in time. In essence, it's a very simple thing. You take a reference health measurement of the device, which is actually the final signature of a small cryptographic chain of tests within the device. It's like a little teeny blockchain inside the device. And that final signature, you write out as a reference value. You could put that on the blockchain. Now, every time I do a transaction, I can test the health of the device and compare it against that reference value. That comparison tells me that I have a known device in a known cyber-controlled condition, otherwise known as I have cybersecurity controls on a peer-to-peer banking device. That probably meets not only the essence, but actually probably exceeds the concepts of New York State bit license. On a device that's according to how I've set up my device. So it's Stephen's opinion of the health of Stephen's device, as opposed to whatever random exchange I happen to be doing a transaction with. So that random exchange can help me by testing, before they let the transaction go forward, that my device is in a known good state. Now, the most fun I have is every time you tell this to anybody, whether they're sophisticated and in the Bitcoin space, or grandma sitting next to you on the next airplane ride I'm on, and I spend a lot of time on airplanes. Everybody asks the same question: what happens when I lose my device? And it's my favorite question, because what we're doing is we're engaging 100,000 years of biological evolutionary development that has gotten us to this point of time, which is when you leave your phone and you walk out of the room. Actually, it happens most like when you get on the bus and the door closes. It only happens when the door closes. It's not before the door closes. There's that electrical signal that runs up your spine that goes, crap, where's my phone? Right? And it's a sixth sense. This has required 100,000 years of biological evolution, not for phones. I'm sure it started with, oh, I forgot my club. You guys wait here. You guys wait here. I'm going back to the cave to get my club because it hurt like hell last time when I didn't go with my club. So I think there's a great aspect of binding physicality of a device to the tokens that are accessed. By the way, when you lose a password, which everybody lost this morning because as part of the email to invite you to the event, we stole all your keys, and we won't actually use them for another 6 months, but you don't know that you lost your cyber credentials until something bad happens, right? Where if you lose your phone, you know almost instantly, and depending on how old you are, I'm old enough I can like lose my phone for half a day and not panic. My teenage children, life comes to an end. You have to like stop all activity and go either fetch a new phone or remediate the situation by finding the phone before you leave the house. So what's fun in this case is this is about replacing hardware. Well, did you know that we've already replaced almost 1 billion devices? About 500 million PCs and another 500 million phones have trusted execution and secure display capabilities within the device. So millions of these devices are really capable of doing a very high assurance Bitcoin transaction today. So we talked about trusted execution, and what it really is a very small independent operating system. So if you talk to people in Bitcoin, they'll say what you really need is a Linux box running in the closet, keeping your Bitcoin safe that's disconnected and air-gapped from the network. In essence, trusted execution is that. It's just inside your phone. It's a fully isolated operating system. It runs a microkernel OS. Most exciting work that's going on in this space is the Australian government just did a characterization of a microkernel where they did a mathematical proof that it has no malware in it. There are no flaws. And actually, they just open sourced that through General Dynamics. They're doing it for drone operating systems. It's probably the most interesting technology in this space. You build a Bitcoin wallet on an SEIL4 microkernel, and you will know that open source has been through proper certification, that it is actually doing what it says it's doing, and you can test it. We're probably a decade away from having that within our phones, but clearly the work is underway to go do that. And ultimately, this only processes code from known developers. There should be no unknown software that's executed within the device. So just sort of a simple representation, what we've done is Rivetz, as a company, has built a little set of tools, cybersecurity tools, for anybody who wants to participate in the Bitcoin space. We now have a set of basic primitives. They're available at our website that allow you to plug in the cybersecurity tools into your own existing wallet. We're not trying to build the only wallet. We're trying to build cybersecurity tools for everybody's wallet. And across a range of applications, we actually have a chat app that's just in the process of spinning up over the course of this next week, where the private keys and messages will be encrypted within the trusted execution space. It will be the highest assurance messaging app built. And it's done by a bunch of undergrads at Rochester Institute of Technology. It's an app called Chatter. You can download it on your phone. Their Android version will support Rivetz in their next implementation. And we're doing a bunch of work in the storage space, Storage J. We're also working with a couple of folks supporting the MadeSafe network. We've just are announcing a relationship with Factum, also with the Omnicoin Foundation to support Omnicoin in this. So there'll be a range of different platforms that are available that you can leverage as part of this. Clearly, you can also use it for simple authentication. I would tell you that I think authentication isn't enough. That if you look at the Internet of Things, I don't want to log into the doorknob and then insecurely say lock, unlock. What I want to do is send an assured instruction to the doorknob that says unlock, or to the medical pump that says change dosage to 25. You don't want to log into the medical pump and then who knows what gets sent to the medical pump. So assured instructions, I think, is really a new way of thinking at how we communicate. It's basically just messaging. So we're providing a set of tools that leverage the built-in hardware, a simple set of components. Both we expose a set of APIs and then allow you to build them into your app for any app. We don't care if you're wanting to build Bitcoin or something else. Everybody can benefit from hiding a secret. Whether that secret's used for one end of the spectrum, a very high assurance identity, or the other end of the spectrum, very high assurance anonymity. And anonymity with really strong identity can be much stronger. Let me give an example of that because most people don't see that. Imagine if you could, with very high quality, know your customer AML, pay $25 for the Wi-Fi access for all of New York. But what I give you is the March access key. I give the same March access key to 10,000 other people. Because that token can't be copied, I know you're one of the 10,000 people that paid for global access across all of New York for Wi-Fi. I just don't know who you are. And for the first time, you'd actually have truly anonymous. It's like a cash and carry phone, right? You paid cash for the phone. They have no idea who you are. That transaction can be properly isolated and not as easily tracked because I can't tell that you're the unique identifier and how you went everywhere and you slept at your house each night. This is actually, you're just one of 10,000 tokens that look exactly the same. And so you can get to a much higher level of anonymity with these technologies. So this is about creating assured instructions, protection of Bitcoin and blockchain transactions, but really binding a device to a virtual SIM. I use this analogy of a virtual SIM because I think it's important to understand anybody can now build a carrier, right? What makes your phone unique, why your phone works, is you don't have a password. You register your phone with the network. And then it's cool. You just make phone calls. By the way, I have almost no fraud. It's actually so good, we almost think our phone is secure enough to run a wallet in it. It's not. You need access to the secure element. What Apple's done with Apple Pay is gained access to the secure element within the phone, which gives them their own, in essence, virtual SIM. And so for the first time, they have the same qualities and characteristics that AT&T has. AT&T doesn't want to put all your money on their SIM. It's their SIM. So this is an opportunity for everybody to create their own SIM within the phone for encryption, decryption, signing of data, whatever the transaction happens to be. A simple picture I won't spend much time on, but this is what isolated execution looks like within your phone today. A technology called ARM Trust Zone is built into the ARM processor on everybody's handset. Only certain manufacturers expose it so we can leverage it. An interesting collection of partners are coming on board. It's been an interesting process over the last 6 months to educate the world as to what does it mean to have a high assurance instruction. There are a lot of different ways to accomplish this. We're building one of them. We're trying to do it across PCs, phones, and tablets, and providing a very simple capability for anyone to integrate. At the end of the day, you can go and get native access to all the way down to the bottom if you want to, and then you just have to duplicate what my team's done for the last 6 months, which is spend the better part of a couple man years actually making the parts work, as opposed to a weekend just hooking it up inside your app. So I think Bitcoin is set up to lead. Now, I've had some interesting interactions over the course of the last few months. I came out of building enterprise security. I actually just went to a conference a week ago that was hosted out in the Bay Area. That was really a mixture of enterprise and government security. Had a grand old time because for the first time we were showing high assurance transactions with Bitcoin and something they're only talking about still. So if you want to do the highest assurance identity transaction right now, we can do that on a Samsung phone with trusted user interface and Bitcoin. And so we were demonstrating the state of the art in cybersecurity on a modern mobile device running on blockchain technology and Bitcoin to the people who think they're writing the specifications for that next generation of technologies. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're not. I'm at my last slide, so.
You're demonstrating today.
Uh-huh.
The miners are running software that doesn't demand to see that trusted platform secure instruction. So how can your demonstration be secure if the miners would accept that instruction from a non-secure platform?
So in a peer-to-peer banking system, it's not necessary for the miners to have any awareness that the transaction comes from a high assurance platform or a low assurance platform. What will become important in time, so the way we believe one of the elegant ways to do this is to do a multi-sig transaction. Half of the transaction is your normal transaction, username, password, the authentication that you're familiar with in doing a transaction. The other half will be the health and integrity of the device. So how do I test that reference value against a known device? Now I have a complete cybersecurity control. I have a known device in a known state. I can register that state in the blockchain. Let's say with somebody like Factum, it's relatively easy to say, this is the state as of this point in time of this phone. Every transaction subsequently done, I verify that that state hasn't altered. And so now what you've done is, so I'll rattle off a few standards just to give you an example. That will meet the essence of NIST 800-147, how I do root of trust in the phone, NIST 800-155, how you report that health measurement to a network, and FIPS 201-2 derived credentials, which is how I assure a cyber credential held in the device is properly protected for secret. We're never in a miners don't care. If you send crap to the blockchain, the mining equipment will process the crap, right? So if I steal your private keys and move all of your money to my account, will the mining equipment test that transaction? No, they're just going to execute it, right? They're getting paid to process. They're not getting paid to think. And we don't want mining to think. That would centralize Bitcoin. Now, you could centralize Bitcoin by having a centralized exchange that does cybersecurity controls around your transaction. That's called Citibank, right? The way you do cybersecurity controls today is you look at log files, you check IP addresses. I just drove up the East Coast to bring a bunch of horses back from Ocala, Florida to Massachusetts. And it happens to me every single time. Halfway up the East Coast, I am not on normal travel patterns and they shut off all my credit cards. I mean, not one. I went to a gas station, Dave's Truck Stop, and I went through all the credit cards in my wallet and paid them cash because they decided, you know, look, I can fly around the world. I do a couple 100,000 miles a year. They don't care that I'm using my credit card in Barcelona. That's like normal. But stop in South Carolina at Dave's Truck Stop, that's not a normal route I'm on. And they shut everything off, right? Because they're looking at it and saying, ooh, where have we seen him before? Has he ever been here before? You know, what's he doing? Oh my God, he's buying gas going up the East Coast. Why is this idiot driving? He's got 200,000 air miles. And so the cybersecurity controls have all been performed by the centralized infrastructure of the bank. So the challenge is New York State BitLicense is correct in asking the question, which is, if we look at any element on today's blockchain, forensically prove to me that the user intended for that transaction to happen. Oops, we're done. So the blockchain is only best efforts. Now, we know that all the transactions that have a 3 were at least multi-sig. That's a huge improvement compared to single sig, which I have really nothing, right? And do I really know from whence it came so I can go back to that exchange or provider or online wallet provider and ask, did you really check anything? So cybersecurity controls on an unknown peer-to-peer banking system, that's an interesting challenge. What we're trying to do is demonstrate that the technologies exist to have actually the highest level of cybersecurity controls, but on a completely, truly peer-to-peer banking infrastructure, where I register on a distributed basis my reference values, and then I ask every time I do a transaction, I ask that through a multi-sig structure, can that transaction test that my cybersecurity controls are still properly in place? And so then I can assert by looking at the blockchain that this transaction, when executed, was executed from a known device in a known specific condition. And that condition can be looked up, you know, go ask Steven what his condition is supposed to be, because I'm responsible as the owner of the peer-to-peer bank, it's my device, for asserting that it was in a known condition that was acceptable to me, right? Because my known condition might be very different than your known condition as to what you believe is an acceptable environment.
So when I walk into a McDonald's and they have a little verifone system there, I see the biggest advantage of a trusted instruction coming from my Samsung. I see the real advantage. Part of it knowing that the Samsung can't be compromised because it's got some sort of TPM inside. But one of the real advantages I see is that by moving it to my phone and not to the Verifone terminal, I don't have to trust that there's no skimmer on the terminal, that McDonald's is really using a Verifone proper terminal and it's not some is secure from there.
Absolutely. I think that, so the question, just to repeat for those who are online, the question is, the real value is that we're moving from an unknown device you walked up to and looked at and has a little Verifone written on the outside and, you know, the brand of the retailer, and you're just assuming that the guys at Target or at McDonald's are properly managing the PCI compliance of their devices and there's not malware running in all of them, which we learned over the course of the last couple of years was an issue. Right. The actual endpoint Verifone payment terminal. And you're moving that into the handset that's in your hand. And the reality is you're correct, which is the device I carry, I have a much higher level of assurance that that device is the one I expect it to be, that it hasn't been in somebody else's control. I have a very different risk profile. And if I want to have a very, very low risk profile, I can decide I don't download any apps. I don't do any of these other. So the consumer gets to choose how much safety equipment they want when they go out and they acquire their device. It's no different than the automotive industry. You can, you know, go buy a really inexpensive car with one airbag, or you can buy the more expensive car that comes with 73 airbags. Unclear which one's actually more secure, right? But the nice thing is we have independent labs that crash test them and let us know that this one's got 5 stars, and even though this one's more expensive, it only has 3 stars because they put the airbags in the wrong space. And I think that's an important characteristic in this. The true protection here, you know, you get benefits from open source, you get benefits from standards, you get benefits from specifications, but fundamentally underneath all of that, the fundamental thing we get is identity. And the reason identity is important is when we discover that there's a weakness in a Model 73-5 device, we can let everybody who has one know, or you can go to a website and look it up, and then you can make your own decision that, you know, look, that 73-5 is my kid's phone. It's got 20 bucks on it. What's the big deal? Who cares? Or my 73-5 is the device I'm using to manage the funds for my corporation, and I've got $25 million protected by it. I might want to look into what really the weakness is that goes there. Today, we use unknown computing equipment for almost all of our cryptocurrency transactions. Another way to say it is you're running all of cryptocurrency on the North Korean provisioned computing devices, right? And so are you comfortable with that? Are you comfortable with the new laptop that's you got for free at the mall from the Red Star Computer Company, whose business model is every piece of spyware ever developed by the KGB to properly steal everything you own, you know? But it's a free computer, so you can take that one home. Are you allowed to type your credentials into that? So known computers or a known device is a very important characteristic. And for Bitcoin, this is an easy way to accomplish it. What's fun, truly fun, is, I don't know, it's geeky fun, but I've been doing this for a long time, is we just lit up all the parts that everybody's been talking about for 15 years. We've been talking about trusted user interface and global platform specifications. I built the first devices in my old job in 2001. We just turned them on. We're like the first idiots to turn them on. Not only that, when we turn them on, you know what the cool thing about Bitcoin is? 100,000 merchants were compatible with that transaction from the first device. So the one thing, Bitcoin's brave, right? It's lead, follow, or get out of the way. Bitcoin's willing to modify the merchant infrastructure. Apple's not. Apple's still wandering around with a 16-character credit card number that's based on an 88-character punch card format from the late 1980s. It's a punch card format. I visited one of the big processors down in Atlanta in the late 90s, and they were running big old VAX machines processing virtual punch cards at that point. But that's why they were batch processing the cards at the end of the day, because you'd print all the cards, you'd put them in a tray, and you'd run them through the batch. That's what the original credit card processors did. And we just haven't modernized enough off of that. Cryptocurrency is the first modernization of global payment. Huge opportunity if we can show how transactions modernize in the process. So happy to help. Any other questions? Sure.
Before I ask a question, let me just first give you a background for myself.
Yeah.
I was only exposed to Bitcoin 3 days ago. And
Welcome. Somebody get him some olive.
Sure that, my question could be totally
No, that's okay.
Can you comment specifically on the concern of the infrastructure And what I refer to that is far away. If we go back to the original paper, one of the problems that he talked about is that it only works when you have the majority of the honest parties. Right? So when you have a blockchain of multi-core, you have to hope that the longest one has the majority of honest parties. Right? Now with that, so if they would flood the infrastructure with lots of backup, I don't have to hack the parts. Right? I'm just going to be flood, say, that is a joke that we constantly hear, right? If China wants to take Taiwan or Hong Kong, they don't need to fight militarily. All they need to do is just to send a communication away. And
Right.
the same thing, if we flood the infrastructure with lots of devices that are backups, then your longest string no longer will be majority of all the powers at that point. Right? Now go back to one more step is, and the paper did talk about the incentive that you do not want to be backed under the foreign assumption, which is if the vote for the majority is by the CPU half, and if you assume that we have net neutrality, everybody is equal, that you do not deliberately delay the data transmission, then nobody can get a fair advantage and you will be okay. But if you can slow down the network, I can run a supercomputer to outrage you, then you get a different position.
So for the benefits of online, the question is from a gentleman who starts off by saying he learned about Bitcoin 3 days ago, but you're already deep into one of the great debates in Bitcoin, which is so the concept of how do we maintain 51% control on the blockchain, and really in two ways. One, from a processing power perspective, if somebody all of a sudden showed up tomorrow with a lot of processing power, it'd be interesting. And the second one is if you can control the network traffic, then you don't necessarily have to control as much of the 51% because you could steer the traffic and therefore with a lower amount of processing power still accomplish a 51% attack on the blockchain. So I would say two things. One, I think we're in an interesting time because with the price decline in Bitcoin, there's actually a lot of equipment that was built and put in place and sitting in racks, some of it just powered off, that exists right now that could be just turned on in a moment's notice. And so we're at a very interesting time in the Bitcoin network because you have this capacity to just light up the power and in theory could put a significant amount of compute power on and off the network at any one point. I think in reality, the controls necessary and what would happen if a 51% attack were to happen, and how does the community respond to that, both in the concentration of compute power, has been an interesting dialogue over the course of the last year. And we've seen everything from the major mining companies agreeing to not take on more than a certain amount of capacity to limit their availability. They're already geographically distributed quite broadly. So from a network control perspective, it would be quite hard to control on a network basis. But ultimately, there is a huge community of people who are focused on how do we reduce the risks associated with a 51% attack. The higher the transaction volume goes, the lower the probability becomes of that kind of attack. So as the network grows in value, you'll see greater and greater distribution of the compute power because there's economic value in running the transaction processing servers. So I think it's an interesting technical conversation. I think it's an interesting conversation for the Bitcoin community, you know, as we all sit around and have a few too many beers at the end of the day. But I would also say I'm not entirely sure that it's a huge problem in reality in the day-to-day operation of the blockchain network, that there is a very focused community of people who are paying attention to it. And so it's not happening without awareness. And I think it would be very hard to do a 51% attack today without setting off a lot of alarm bells simultaneously. And it would have to be done by somebody who's in the community. It'd have to be done by somebody who has aggregated enough processing power in the current ASIC technology, et cetera, to do that. You can't just like fire up a bunch of GPUs and do a 51% attack. So I won't say it's not an issue. It's a little bit like I played in the internet in the mid 90s. And you know, this internet thing is never gonna do video. There's just no way. I mean, this guy, Mark Cuban, is completely out of his freaking mind if you think we're going to run video of any scale over the internet. Because if you get 1 billion people sharing videos of like stupid pet tricks, the whole thing is going to go away. And I think that what we realize is that given enough resource, investment, human capital to solve really hard problems, you know, that YouTube thing is actually working pretty well. I mean, we're streaming this conversation on the internet. You couldn't have even, I mean, we conceived of it in the mid-90s, but everybody told us we were out of our flipping minds that we would ever actually achieve this. So I think Bitcoin is in that early stage. I think the analogy of the internet is very correct. We are going to disrupt everybody who has a ledger. Forget currency. Currency is a demo. Every system that has a ledger is going to be disrupted by Bitcoin because it's probably 1,000 times cheaper to audit. You could argue more trustworthy. The audit is an interesting thing, right? But just if it's just 1,000 times cheaper to manage all GE airplane parts, they're going to put them all on the blockchain because I need a birth certificate for dust to dust for airplane parts. So who built it? When did they build it? Where did it come from? Did it come off an old plane? Where's the part number? All that stuff. Really, really, really hard to do. Trivial to do on the blockchain. Truly trivial to do on the blockchain. Dust to dust part inventory for the airline industry so that we know the thing that we're sitting in flying through the sky isn't running on a bunch of parts that weren't certified. Very easy to do. That will be a huge disruption to many companies today who audit, build infrastructure around, you know, big SQL databases. You know, companies like Oracle and SAP and others, you don't really need as much of their stuff anymore to accomplish the kinds of transactions that affect the whole world, right? Every web page is driven by a collection of facts, but we're really bad at storing facts. Blockchain brings a new technology to the internet, the ability for the internet to store a fact. Not the truth, just a fact. As of this day, we thought the world was flat. Might not be right, but that's what we thought on that day, and that has changed. So changing the storage of facts is a very interesting aspect of the internet. So hopefully I answered your question.
Just a follow-up. So how much would be concerned about the geopolitical control? Because that would be what it is, right?
I think the geopolitical, so the question is concerned about the geopolitical control. You know, it's interesting because lots of Bitcoin events, we talk about currency and the effect of global currency and whatever. I actually think that's the easy one. I think the really hard ones are communications and telecommunications and media distribution. And so there's this little pilot project from this little company called Apple. They have this thing called an iPad. They've been shipping them around all over the world. And they're not a licensed technology in Germany for the delivery of telecommunications and media. Whoops. Oh, so over that internet thing, we can deliver to an iPad thing the equivalent of a cable company that competes with Deutsche Telekom. It's an unlicensed media and telecommunications company in all of China. Really? So the Chinese have let control, oh, they have that big firewall thing, but that it only works a little bit. So really they've allowed a third-party US-based telecommunications company called Apple to distribute devices. Can they censor the content on the devices? Yes. Can they shut off Germany at will? Sure. If they can find my iPad and shut it off, they can shut off all the ones within the geographic boundaries of Germany. I'm just picking on the Germans for fun. I don't know why. So media and telecommunications, if you had a choice, currency or all of telecommunications and media, and you're the nation state, which would you really like to hold control of? You really want hearts and minds. Currency, people will figure out how to do trade, but hearts and minds is important. And this is the disintermediation of government supervision of hearts and minds. And I think that will have a bigger impact. By the way, blockchain is a facilitator of that. The internet is the big facilitator of that because we can now communicate. But with a little bit of crypto and a little bit of identity, blockchain is a registration authority for a 3 billion customer cable company. So we'll see. I think the game's afoot, and you know, it's a little bit like back in the mid-90s. You know, those computers are going to do multimedia. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to disintermediate Sony. Yeah, but your experience with a computer is it's green, and it goes beep. right? You haven't seen multimedia yet. You know, there's some friend who's running MIDI through his Apple II, but you don't know how to make that work, right? We're in the early stages of, we've watched this video before, and we're always surprised every time we see the video that we can think 20 years into the future based on these technologies. Blockchain is a very, very important piece of the puzzle. Bitcoin is a great example case to put blockchain technology into work worldwide, and we'll see how it plays out. And we're happy to be here to be part of it and participating in any way we can.
Do you have to create a new blockchain for every, if I wanted to host my data for the GE airplane parts, do I have to create a new blockchain, or do I run it in the current blockchains that are out there?
So the question is, do I have to create a new blockchain if I wanted to host all my data for the GE airplane parts? The answer is probably you would like to have some aspect of a side chain, or what Factum is doing, where it's staked to the blockchain from a trust authority perspective, but you're actually doing lots of transactions that are then off the primary chain. There again are a delightful set of late night conversations as to whether it should be its own chain, staked off of the primary Bitcoin chain, side chains, etc. And so the nice thing is there's a huge pile of venture capital that's being poured in the top of that funnel, and systems will evolve. And we've all learned from technology that it may not be the best system that evolves out of it, but we'll end up with one that works and we all use, and the one that we get tools for, and somehow magically we're all ending up using PowerPoint. There probably were better tools, but we're all using PowerPoint. Any other questions? If not, I will wrap it up and thank you for your time. Oh, there's one more in the back. One more question.
Processing is really separating itself from the operating system. It's a complete shutdown. There's no, I'm trying to figure out exactly when you log on. You really, when you just press an app and then it just splits it. It just gets into the actual.
So the question is, explain a little more the isolation of the trusted execution environment. So there are two different technologies. There's a technology on Intel chipsets, and there's a technology on ARM chipsets. Intel is actually a separate coprocessor architecture today. It runs in a separate chip, and so you actually have a little operating system in a separate chip, and you're sending it commands. Now you're sending them from the operating system. So you could send, I want to send 5 to Stephen, and the malware says send 25 to Fred, and that transaction will get then delivered because the operating system's formed up the wrong request and sent it through. Where you catch that is hopefully the user's paying just enough attention so that in a trusted user interface environment, that secure display is actually going to show the transaction that gets signed. And that secure display is properly isolated from the OS. There's nothing that you could do in theory, unless there's an error in the trusted execution environment, there's nothing that you should be able to do in the operating system that would affect what's displayed on that screen. If we were to discover that somehow the operating system could have some piece of malware that would adjust that, then you would know what platforms it happened on. Somebody at Black Hat will show it. And the beauty of multi-billion-dollar manufacturers is they'll fix it, right? This is not 3 kids in a garage who provide the trusted user interface capabilities in these platforms. In the case of ARM, it's actually all within the single ARM architecture of their system on a chip. And so in the ARM processor, there is actually an interrupt that does stop the processing of the primary OS and passes control to a secondary OS in ARM Trust Zone. And so again, assuming their microcode in the silicon is correct in implementing Trust Zone, and it's been out there for 6 or 7 years without any known breaches of Trust Zone that we're aware of that haven't been cured, that you have proper isolation. So you really have a second computer within the computer. And what makes it a higher assurance process is you tend to do very small things. And so the less code you write, the better. You don't want to build a really rich operating system in that trust execution environment. It introduces the opportunity for error. So if you're doing, a few thousands of lines of code, not millions of lines of code, you're in a much higher probability that what's actually executing is what you intend it to be. Humans still make mistakes. There'll always be patches to these systems. What you do know is that there's no anonymous code running. So if Rivetz were to implement a solution that had a mistake, then you'll know that Rivetz was the failure point. We have to go fix it, and you're not going to trust us until we fix it and we can prove that whatever hole was shown has been properly cured. And so you do that through a mixture of both open source certification bodies and then ultimately aftermarket testing. With that, I think I'll wrap it up. My time is up. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thanks once again, Stephen. Mr. Stephen Sprague from Rivetz Corporation, wonderful job. And we can see that security of our transactions is possible, even in this age of hacking and cybersecurity threats. And now it's a pleasure for us at CRYPSA to present our next speaker. And Aidan is CEO of Bellwether Capital Management and actually is a fascinating speaker. So,
thank you.
Yes, I will now turn over the microphone and we're setting up your,
Is this a
your
PowerPoint?
presentation.
Yes. Okay.
So,
It's almost there.
yes. Okay, and
Okay.
we're sorry for the small delay setting it up.
So this is a removable drive here
Yeah, that's me.
and
That's
right
it.
here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just sure. Okay, can you set me up in quick mode? And then-
Yes. Okay, so your controls are left and right,
Great, okay.
or the space bar? Let's just,
Great, okay. So, good morning, all and one and all, wherever you are. If you're online, thanks for tuning in. If you're here at CRYPSA in Queens, thanks for your attendance. Thanks to the CRYPSA organization for inviting me, and thanks for a great deck in terms of the content. Very impressed with Andreas earlier. It's actually, I met him, but I've never actually listened to him. So, well, we said hello. That's what I mean by that. The last presentation I tried to follow, and I'm going to have to go through again, but I'm sure that there's some nuggets of technical wisdom in there. But just to context what you're about to hear from me, I'm going to, my presence here is to put the Bitcoin situation, as I call it, in context of existing financial markets. You'll hear the word disruption everywhere you go, but I'm if for want of a better word, one of the people being disrupted. So that said, my context is to preface and look at the situation from an existing money management point of view, and to basically ask the questions or consider what Wall Street is looking at and how they view the Bitcoin as an asset class and its path forward in terms of the financial ecosystem. So, long story short, and most speakers will start by telling you how they first came to find Bitcoin or when they first experienced it. In my case, that's about a year ago. I work on Wall Street, and the Bitcoin Center, the bricks and mortar premises, is actually 2 or 3 blocks away from my office. So I happened to find myself there one day, and just like everyone else, I said, wow, this is fascinating. What's this? And I was skeptical, probably just like everyone else, but I'm analytical, probably a little more than everyone else. So I took a long, hard look at it. Because I'm in the financial community, I asked questions of my peers, and most of them had a knee-jerk response, which was, it's a Ponzi, it's a scam, it's digital money, how could it be work, etc., etc. But I decided to find out for myself. So in the course of doing so, I found that most of the people that I was discussing Bitcoin with were asking 2 or 3 questions. Or let's just say one of the things they kept asking me was, well, is it a good investment vehicle? And in my business, obviously, I needed to know the answer to that. So what I decided to do was I decided to approach Bitcoin. I look at it empirically and quantitatively as an asset class, as an investment vehicle, I decided to drill down and just look at it and see what moved the market, why it moved, and what it keyed off of. So simply put, what I'm going to show you here and it actually exists in three forms. This is the PowerPoint presentation of coining it. We also produced an ebook, which is probably in one of the app stores still, or on iTunes, or wherever your device takes you. And we also televised this, which went out. We did it in the Bitcoin Center first time around, and then it got picked up by CBS, I believe. But you can find all this stuff online. But this is the raw PowerPoint that we first produced back in March. I beg your pardon. It was actually July of 2014. And just to finally give it the final backdrop, this was done in the context or in the wake of the first bit license proposals. They've gone around the block a few times since then, but in July was when they were first rolled out, the white paper. So when I looked at that, I decided that someone should kind of give some kind of baseline formative instructions or guidelines to anyone wanting to trade in and out of the Bitcoin space. Now, I should issue some disclaimers here, straight off the bat. This is not investment advice. There are no forward-looking statements in here, but naturally, in the interest of full disclosure, I'm a Bitcoin owner. I'm long Bitcoin. So that said, I'm going to get cracking and walk you through the original PowerPoint presentation for coining it, which I've named A Trading Perspective on Bitcoin. So I hope this PowerPoint works. Yes. Okay, so some of these points may have been covered by earlier speakers, but in the interest of being complete, and for those people online or that are physically here that weren't here, I'm going to go through it entirely. Bitcoin, or I'm going to use that as a catch-all expression, but where you hear Bitcoin, you can also substitute digital currency, is in fact an asset class. Okay, this is an opinion, but I'm going to back it up by telling you why it's an asset class. It has no correlation to any other traditional financial market. It has no PE, no yield, no net book value, and does not belong to any index or group against which it can be meaningful benchmarks. So as a trader, that's a nightmare. I mean, traders like instruments that key off from other instruments, such as interest rates will affect bonds. So how do you trade it? What criteria and what data can you use to make an investment decision? Stepping back for a second, the reason people ask me this question, or anyone, how do you trade Bitcoin, is because of its high volatility. And anyone who's looked at it for any length of time will obviously be able to tell you it's started inside $1 and has been high as $1,200. So when you see price swings of that nature, whether you hear about them in the news or you look at a chart, our natural reaction is, well, how do I get in on that? But in order to get in on that, you have to understand what's causing the price movements and how they may realize themselves in the future. So this is overview. I'm going to get into specifics now. This is a drill down list. We're not going to spend a lot of time on these points, but if you are trading this asset class, you have to have gone through all these headers, and you have to know the underlying facts behind them. So that's the risk disclosure. I've gone through it briefly, but it just says whatever I tell you, you can't sue me for. So that's boilerplate, and it's industry standard. So the information. All right, interesting stuff. Who's in Bitcoin? Who owns Bitcoin? Where are they? What's their intention? As a market participant, just like if you're playing cards, if you don't know who the fool is, you're probably the fool. So this is the component nature of any Bitcoin ownership. There is no registry of owners for Bitcoins, just as there would be for DTC or any other license or registered security, because of its decentralized nature. So you should have a pretty good idea intuitively what's out there and why they're there. So at any one time, and this is a snapshot, this is who typically would own, or as we say in my business, belong BTC, okay? So we've got retail consumers. That's self-explanatory. Merchants are the people that would own Bitcoin for any length of time because it's in their trading model. They'll accept Bitcoin, so they may have exposure for minutes or a few days or a short time frame. Speculators are the people that normally are watching this slide or would be interested in this content. They're the people that want to be in the asset class or in the commodity or long Bitcoin, or for that matter, short Bitcoin, because they want to take advantage of price movement in their favor. Hoarders, I like that expression, but it's actually could be substituted by long-term investors, people that fundamentally agree with the coin or the asset class or they're advocates. But this slide's really not for them, but I include that because they're included in people that own Bitcoin for any reason. Now, the most important party in this slide is institutional investors, and I'll explain why. It's because once that piece of the pie, once that segment increases, then Bitcoin or the volatility in Bitcoin will decrease. The reason it swings around 10, 20, 30 Bitcoin a day is there's no equilibrium in the market. There's no institutional money. It's pretty idiosyncratic. Insiders is totally unique to Bitcoin. And if you use the word insider in a typical financial context, it means management of the company or those that are close to the inner sanctum or the nature or the essence of what the company do. But in Bitcoin terms, the insiders are people that actually were around when the digital currency was born. And because of its decentralized nature, it's hard to know who they are. But for the purposes of this slide, I've decided to name a few, which is the creator, the Winklevoss twins, Ross Ulbricht, etc. Now, this is a generalism here, but it has to be said. In the market itself, anticipating the behavior of collective psychology under various conditions will be a big factor. That's kind of common sense, but it needs to be said. It means that if you can anticipate what's going to happen next, you may be successful. Okay. This one is very subjective, but I'll go through it. Why does Bitcoin move up and down in such a violent manner and range, and what's making it do so? There are fundamentally sound financial reasons, but of most of them, I would say aggressive buying and selling it and perceived positive or negative news. Now, one of my favorites in here is Twitter hype, and I would suggest that one of the, over and above most markets, Bitcoin, because of its idiosyncratic nature, reacts very violently or has a high correlation to opinion and social media analytics. So I've just realized how long this presentation is, so I'm going to précis most of the slides. You can watch this on the TV show, or you can get the ebook. I'm going to move on to find an exchange. Okay, this is baseline trading advice, but for anyone out there that is looking to trade or invest in Bitcoin, you can obviously have to go through the motions of finding an exchange. There are do's and don'ts to doing that. You have to do your homework and your due diligence. Here I've given you a list of what to look for and the important factors in finding an exchange. I'm not going to read them all out. You can access this PowerPoint, as I said, in your at your leisure or on the actual TV recording itself. So this is important if you're a trader. This presentation was made to cover all contingencies, but if you're going to trade anything, and Bitcoin being obviously the subject here, this is a list of things that you have to have in place before you get cracking. You have to know what your skills are. You have to be ready, prepared. You have to set goals. Money management is key. Trade preparation naturally is doing your homework, and you have to have expectations both on the entry and exit side of things and set rules in place. Okay. I don't know how technical most of the audience or those looking in are, but trading models mean that you pretty much digitalize the way you intend to do things so that you're pretty automated. What I've given you here is some high-level trading, well, not high-level, but some sample algorithms in terms of trading. But once again, these are samples, and you are encouraged to develop your own trading model. This is tech stuff, which is for those that have experience in trading. It walks through the entry and exit and trade signals that you'd probably be using if you were trading in and out of the digital asset class. And this is, again, Traders Almanac position management, which gives you some guidelines as to how to manage your trading strategy once once you have a cohesive look ahead. This one is, I'm going to defer to my previous presentations. You're going to have all kinds of risk when you're involved in the digital space, beg your pardon, digital currency space, a lot of which are totally unique to that space. And account security is one of them. Now, the previous presenter was making reference to options or solutions in the area. I am not tech savvy, and I don't profess to be, but I would say that if you're looking to trade in any size in this particular space, that you consider account security to be fundamentally important to your potential success. I've given you a very quick list here of do's and don'ts for account security. I'm going to heavily qualify that by my lack of expertise in the area. And if I could have put it on the slide, which I should have done, I would have said consult a recognized industry expert. This is technical and for traders that are a little more experienced and possibly those looking in or the audience, but it relates to arbitrage between different types of digital currencies. As everyone out there should know, Bitcoin is not the only player on the block. It is considered to be the quote-unquote industry leader, but there are many other subsidiary digital asset or coins, etc., which lead to many opportunities to arbitrage between price differentiation. That's technical and involves being long many times over probably what you'd like to be, and having counterparty exposure to several platforms and across many digital spaces. Okay. Trading in its nature requires that you stay on top of things, but certainly if in trading in a relatively new asset class, is absolutely necessary. What I did when I did the presentation for the show was I came back with some links to some quote-unquote reputable sources of information for those looking to increase their knowledge base, and I've left them here for those that would like to see them. And the banana skin. This is important, okay? I really don't like to do the PowerPoint thing because it's drilled down and it's listy, but Bitcoin is unique. It's a different asset class. The regulators are having trouble with it because they're trying to put it in a funnel or in a vertical that doesn't exist yet. And if you try to trade it as if you're trading an existing asset class, you will have the same fortune as that guy that's just about to step on that banana skin. You can only trade Bitcoin online, okay? So that gives you a very unique problem in as much as you've suddenly got Wi-Fi exposure. I had to explain that to a client the other day. He didn't understand it. Beware of also Bitcoin's, people can go native if you trade Bitcoin. That means don't fall in love with, we have a saying on Wall Street, don't marry the stock, don't fall in love with it. That means don't get to the point where you can't conceive of your life without owning the stock. That's kind of going native, and you can do the same thing with Bitcoin because people are in love with the concept of the blockchain, of the distributed ledger, and it clouds their judgment and they can't see the wood for the trees. Okay, I'm going to read this because this is the closing slide and it kind of contextualizes everything. There is no doubt that Bitcoin is hard to figure out, mercurial and hard to define. I'm still trying to do so, but I'm closer. It is it's a frontier currency, which is my own terminology. But let's not forget that just like everything that's came before us, email, American Express cards, you name them, where there's change, there's opportunity. All the participants and characteristics and component parts of Bitcoin exist in financial markets. They're just called something else. So That's my favorite slide. That's it. That's Eddie Murphy, obviously. And I don't think he traded Bitcoin, but if he did, he probably wouldn't have been very successful. And that's all I've got. So that slide was very textbook orientated, but I find when it comes to people that want to invest in Bitcoin as an asset class or a potential vehicle to make money, the best it's a Q&A situation. So anyone has any particular questions, has anyone thought about looking at Bitcoin because it's now at 270 with a view to it perhaps trading closer to previous highs, etc.? I'll give you my opinion, notwithstanding it's qualified by my earlier remarks. Yes.
Yes, you've been around the Bitcoin Center New York City premises for almost a year.
Yes, I have.
Do you see any difference among, I mean, within the past enough a year, among the people's perception and understanding of Bitcoin?
All right, so for those online, the question is, in terms of the Bitcoin Center in New York City, perception-wise, have the attendees or those in attendance has anything changed or has their outlook changed? I'm going to say that I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to also couch that in the context of the bit license. Certainly, most out there feel that what's going to happen in New York is going to be a precursor to the rest of the country and potentially globally. I'm also going to add something which you didn't include in the question, which is the fact that we're also seeing evidence, or that they're making noises in my home country, the UK, of getting some similar regulation in place. So, if you're asking me, have we moved the chains or has things improved? I'd say yes, considerably so. So that said, I'm going to wrap it up. I would close by reminding anyone that's listening to this, that was a very quick drive-by of the original presentation, which is 40 minutes. It is not all-encompassing. It's not a get-rich-in-Bitcoin kit. It is just a drill-down list of do's and don'ts for anyone looking to invest in Bitcoin for any particular reason or for any length of time. And I thank, once again, CRYPSA for having me here, and thank everyone at home for tuning in, and happy Bitcoin trading. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Aidan. Aidan will be available if you want to reach out to him later. That was an abbreviated version of a larger presentation he gave at the New York Bitcoin Center. Alex, I think you're on next. And do we have any information yet from Gatai? Okay. So, Alex? Our next speaker is Alex Palantzos from the New York Bitcoin Center.
I just want to go online. Can you help me?
Oh, sure. Sure.
Just put the front page of it. Thank you.
Okay. Just bring up the browser. This is always, there we go. I don't know if this system's online. We don't have the connection here. I will put it online. I'm sorry for the delay. We're just going to create a Wi-Fi signal here. See if this works. Okay, you're online.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Palantzos, and this is Ben Young. We're here with the Bitcoin Center in New York City. We bring in a message from our founder, Nick Spanos. We have 2 events every week, every Monday and every Thursday at 6 p.m. for all Bitcoin enthusiasts, early adopters, as newcomers. You can come and listen to, we have usually guest speakers, and you can also network with potential buyers and sellers and do person-to-person digital currency trading. We also have a new plan for an incubator. We incubated a couple of startups last year, and this year we have about 9 startups that are Bitcoin and blockchain related. So if you have a startup and if you're interested in being incubated, get in touch with us. We have a very, very new and good plan for you. So the topic of me today is to talk a little bit about the Austrian School of Economics. We hear a lot of things about Bitcoin, how it's going to disrupt the financial system. We hear a lot about the technology side. We hear a lot about trading. But the idea and the concept of decentralization is much older than Bitcoin. It's actually tied to human existence and human civilization. And it goes back to the appearance of language. Language, as it is a price system, is a decentralized way of communicating. We cannot have one person create his or her own language, and that language will have no value if only one person would use it. The same thing goes for currencies. So people needed to exchange the excess of their output. People had different needs and different purposes. So they came up with the concept of a currency. They started bartering, and then after a while, a very commonly accepted commodity became a currency accepted by most people. Aristotle observed that the best form of a currency is when it's consistent, convenient, divisible, durable, and valuable. And it came down about 26, 27 centuries ago that precious metals, especially gold, had all these 5 qualities and were commonly accepted worldwide. What happened about a century ago is that people fell in for the idea of centralization and entrusted the issuance of their currency to central and monopolistic institutions that moved away from the concept of scarcity. For a currency to be valuable, it has to be scarce. So we saw that moving away from that concept created a lot of problems, created the financial crisis of the 1930s, helped fund long and painful wars, and it's also responsible for the big debt of small countries like my native Greece. What does the Austrian school do? The Austrian school does, when it studies economics, it doesn't build these complex models like domestic stochastic general equilibrium models that put some variables that try to predict human action. The Austrian School of Economics focuses on each human and each individual separately. They all have a different purpose, and nobody knows when another person wants to save. So the Austrian school comes with a concept of time preference, which is when we save and when we don't, and distinguishes between saving and investing. The problem is that in the current system, because we have the issuance of currencies, centralized currencies, is that we cannot save. We can only invest in an asset, in shares in the stock market, in bonds, which is future tax revenue, and hope and pray that we will exit before the bubble bursts. Most people believe that buying bonds, like sovereign bonds, is saving because a local government guarantees the payoff of these bonds. Unfortunately for these people, many governments don't keep their promise, or when they have to choose between taxing excessively their subjects, like in the case of Argentina, they prefer not to pay off the bondholders, and these people lose their money. I don't need to speak extensively about the stock market bubble. We've seen a lot of bubbles, or the real estate bubble. Mostly the reason of these bubbles happening is increase on the quantity of money is excessive, and it's been attracted, part of this increase, by certain asset classes or investment proposals that have nothing to do with the desirability or the scarcity of such things in the marketplace. So in the case of a decentralized capped digital currency, one can decide when they're safe at no risk other than holding that particular currency and be their own bank without being exposed to potential banking failures or in Ponzi schemes. Another concept that the Austrian school examines is what we call Gresham's law, which is basically talking about bad money driving up good money out of circulation. It's a very old concept. It's mentioned even in religious books, in the Torah. Aristophanes, an Athenian theatrical writer of ancient Athens, wrote about that too. He spoke against the Athenian government of debasing the currency, mixing gold with other metals that were not precious, in order to finance a war against Sparta. Eventually, Athens attacked Sparta and they lost the war. In later times, in the Roman times, they did the same thing. They debased their currency and they ended up with hyperinflation. So in the case of today, we see a lot of bad means of exchange. For example, bonds of countries that are not solvent, used as a means of exchange in what they call the secondary market. Several institutions buy these bonds, and this misleads the investors or the savers about putting their money there. And there is really no way to communicate that these bonds are not going to be paid, or these countries are insolvent, or when this is happening, it's too late. Bitcoin and the rest of the capped digital currencies can help bring back good, what we call honest money, because nobody has the obligation to pay somebody else or to tax somebody else for this means of exchange to retain their value. And then we come to the concept of the subjective theory of value. The Austrian school insists that value is only subjective, that value cannot be entrapped in a centralized way when some central authority places a price on an asset class. Unfortunately, this has nothing to do with the desires of people in the market. People in the market, they and only themselves can decide what is valuable to them and then use it as a means of exchange. And without further delay, I'm going to give the speech to Ben Young. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ben Young. I work with Alex at the Bitcoin Center. I'm going to kind of talk on a different subject really briefly, and I just, I want to talk about what you've been listening a lot about Bitcoin, trading it, what it is, where it came from, etc. And I think one of the important things to realize is that Bitcoin is kind of boring, and that's because it's a technology and it's money. We grew up with money. We don't really need to be told what money is. We don't really have anything new. This is a new way to do money. And of all the excitement that we have in the Bitcoin space, the believers, we think that it is going to be, this is our lives right now and we love it. But the thing is, you need to be able to do something with the money. And Bitcoin is going to be a revolution, and it's not going to be a bloody revolution in the street. It's going to be something that inevitably happens. Bitcoin changes the way that we do money. You've heard all about that today earlier. And it's kind of inevitable that it's going to take off. And I truly believe that. And it's because it's so much cheaper. It's so much more individual. And the world is either going to go somewhere where we have no control over anything, or it's going to bring more control to us through technology. And Bitcoin is one of those things that brings the control of money, which is pretty fundamental to our lives, back to us. So that is just my little remark on Bitcoin. If anyone has a question about that, I'll be glad to answer it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you very much, Alex. I had a few questions, but I'm actually going to cheat. I'm going to ask them and answer them myself. So, Phil? Oh. Yes. Ben, come on up. You can.
And if you could repeat the question for the audience online.
Yeah, if you can do that, Ben. Where are you? Okay. Come on up, repeat the question, please, and we'll. What? No, she had a question and a comment. Oh. Dr. Graham, can you repeat the question for us, please?
It wasn't really a question. It was just a comment to just add to what Ben was saying in the sense that when you think of technology.
Then come on up and present it yourself. Come on. Well, make the comment yourself. The audience wants to understand it, really. Near the microphone, don't worry, it won't bite. Please.
Look this way.
Right there. Get on the podium, yeah.
Holy moly.
Yes.
I just wanted to just add to what Ben was saying in terms of what they're doing in terms of at the Bitcoin Center, not just the Bitcoin Center, just in general. If something is new, it has to be something that is exciting, and you have to sell what is that value proposition, what's coming, and just even in terms of businesses that are they starting to look at that this is going to be the evolution? Are they now changing their system? And in terms of gamers and so on, this is the fun part of it, and you have to make it fun and exciting so they can see the value of, we have money already, we know what it does, but pairing it with what's there and what's happening.
As a new person to Bitcoin, not just what it does. The question is no one's answering, or I don't understand. What does it do for me? And that's once we can identify that and answer that to the actual average individual, that's when this will take off. Right now, it's a lot of, it's exciting, it's new technology, but how does it help me so we can get this moving quicker?
I'd suggest, Ben, why don't you answer, what does it do for every one of us here in this room and everyone out in cyberspace?
No pressure, Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, hey,
Okay.
you asked for a question, you got it.
Sure.
Come on in.
All right. So, I mean, again, one of the issues with Bitcoin and is that one of the hardest questions beyond what is Bitcoin, getting into cryptography and all that, but it's, what does it do for me? And a lot of people, when they come up here, I believe Andreas did it. I was watching a video last night about Bitcoin. People come here and they talk about the history of money and like they're teaching you something new. They're telling you what money is. And you're like, I know what money is. I have it in my wallet. I have it in the bank. So what is it doing for me? I already have this. And one of the issues is the entire banking system and financial system and whatnot. A lot of people who are, quote unquote, in the know have a huge problem with it. If you ever go on zerohedge.com, you'll see that the financial apocalypse has been coming tomorrow for like 4, 5, 10 years now, right? So there's a number of things that Bitcoin does for people. You have much lower fees for transferring money. You have money that you control and nobody can take away from you. Nobody can take your Bitcoins from you without knowing your private key. That's what I meant by that. So, the government can't say this is a bad person, freeze his bank accounts. You can't freeze Bitcoins. I believe Andreas was saying Visa and MasterCard were stopping payments to, for example, WikiLeaks, right? And it wasn't even that WikiLeaks was doing something illegal via, violating, they had the First Amendment behind them. So they couldn't say, they're bad, let's put them in jail, although they might have wanted to do that because of the information they're releasing. But they went to MasterCard and Visa and PayPal and said, you can't forward the payments to these people. So then now they had been cut off funding, and you can't do that with Bitcoin. And so the other, those are kind of like the more political, more really broad reasons that you might be interested in Bitcoin. But also take, for example, if you were a 16-year-old person trying to buy something for a video game online, you would have to go to your parents and ask to use their credit card because you're not able to have one until you're 18 years old. You have no problem going to the store and using cash, right? There's no age restrictions on cash. Well, Bitcoin is digital cash. So then now you have, kids 14 to 17 can get paid their, job at McDonald's, or can pay them in Bitcoin, and then they can spend their cash online or anywhere they want without age restrictions. And it's hard, everyone says it's hard in this country to explain why we might want Bitcoin. It doesn't, I've got 10 credit cards, 5 bank accounts, and FDIC insurance. But if you were in some developing nation that doesn't have a reliable banking system, not only do you have something like Bitcoin where all of your money is secure, you also have a payment processing system where your money's not only secure, but you can securely send it to someone else instantly. And that is, it remains to be seen if Bitcoin is going to be the thing that brings a modern banking system to the developing world, but it's definitely got the potential to do that. And I don't want to keep on, doing a bullet list of things here, but, for Bitcoin to become mainstream adoption, it's not that people haven't been hit over the head correctly and are just missing the point. It's that, we have to wait a little longer for all of the applications and companies and, additional layers on top of Bitcoin to make it amazing. I mean, people like to say this is the internet when you had to go to an IP address to find a website, right? And, now we have so many more applications on top of the internet that it's, most people don't even know what IP addresses are. But so the point is, give it a little bit of time and it'll kind of become irresistible to use Bitcoin, maybe not even knowing that you're using Bitcoin at the time, but it's just going to facilitate some kind of activity that either wasn't possible or was prohibitively expensive before Bitcoin was being used to do it. Those are sort of the, the whys of Bitcoin.
You mentioned the kid part, like, under 18, you can't have a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
Where does stabilization come in? Because, if I'm a 15-year-old kid and I got paid, like $10 an hour minimum wages,
Mm-hmm.
I pay Bitcoin, Bitcoin drops, I lose. If it goes up, I win. Where does it stabilize? Where it becomes that kind of option for everybody?
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, I don't really know too much about, finance, right? But I do know that, for example, if you're looking to trade the euro versus the dollar, if it moves like 3%, it's going to be on like the front page of newspapers. It's a huge deal, right? And it's because there's trillions of dollars traded between those currencies every day. Bitcoin is very small, right? Like I read I don't remember if it was $5 or $50 million worth of Bitcoin retail transactions per day. It's probably 5. But that like astonished me. I was like, wow, that's a lot of money for Bitcoin, but that's like one deal. That's like one small deal in the normal global economy, right? So when more people are using Bitcoin, arguably the value is going to be a little bit more stable because if the price goes down a lot, and a lot is very relative, it could be 0.5%, it could be 10%, depending on the market at the time. But if the price goes down a lot, someone's going to step in and say that's a bargain. If you read stocks or if you read books about trading stocks, and if you think about the value of Bitcoin, looks like a stock chart, right? You'll never be able to buy a stock for less than the company is worth, because somebody somewhere is going to say, wow, I'm getting a discount if I bought it here. So and, you know, stocks trade at like multiples of their earnings and whatnot. So there's going to be a point, you know, whether it's 6 months, a year, or 6 years from now, that Bitcoin is going to just be a normal thing. It's going to be, if it's, you know, if the euro drops like crazy, you might plan a trip to Europe. You know what I mean? That's how the thing works these days. Like, you don't have to be a bank trader to know these kind of concepts. And Bitcoin, I believe, is going to get there sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Matt. Can I add something to that?
Yeah, please. We're gonna have open mic session.
Right, so I just want to piggyback off the last remark, which was very salient. And in there was the question that haunts many people from various end user verticals, and that is, okay, I'll take Bitcoin, but I don't want to own it for any length of time because it's too erratic. It swings around in price. So the answer was, or the solution that we'd like to see is the S word, stability, okay? And someone also threw in equilibrium, which is a great finance word, and it means that we have some buoyancy in the market. We know that it's what we want the cash, or excuse me, it gives us that money silo, which is store of value, okay? If we ask 10 people right now if Bitcoin could be perceived as a store of value, you'd have a split vote, okay? Because of its price swings and its volatility. So what is it going to take to get us there? The short answer is it needs to onboard into the financial community. And I come back to asset class. All asset classes have one thing in common, and that is they all have correlation to something, okay? I mean, it's how they come to exist, but Bitcoin isn't there yet. But I see three things happening that will get it there, and I'm going to give you my opinion and my view. First thing first is, if we're going to use the word money, let's use money in its proper sense, and let's look at what we do with money. We lend each other money, okay? Right now, there's no interest rate on Bitcoin, okay? What moves the currencies markets is interest rates. That's what pegs currency and what keeps them stable. It gives them equilibrium because I can lend you euros, Japanese yen, British pound, and there is a benchmark rate of exchange, which means if it keeps currencies aligned in price and it's a peg. There is no peg right now for the digital currency asset class because the market doesn't exist. But what's going to happen is as more and more Bitcoin trade, and it's about 60 million a day, by the way, there will be a money market in Bitcoin, which gives us an underlying peg and will add stability. Finally, note 2, institutional money wants to be in Bitcoin, okay? I'll say that again for whoever's in the building, plus the online people, wherever you are. The large pools of capital globally, I mean pension funds, I mean insurance companies, I mean large asset-based money market funds want to invest in the digital currency space. However, they are precluded from doing so for several reasons, particularly by their mandate. Most money market funds, most mutual funds, most large pools of capital have specific rules in which define what they can invest in. Meaning, they are told, it's there in black and white, it's in their charter, it's in their articles of association, it's in their memorandum, it's their bylaws. They can only buy blue chip companies and they can only buy over the counter to this extent. They can buy some leveraged instruments, maybe some commodities. They might be able to buy 10% in some venture capital or some illiquid instruments, but they certainly cannot put any amount of their clients' money into what is yet to be defined as a asset class, which is Bitcoin. However, this is my closing remark. That's going to change because Bitcoin is getting on the regulatory radar, okay? In terms of New York, we've learned that the bit license is coming to a store near you, okay? That's also happening across the pond in London. Now, funny things happen when the regulators have to onboard a new asset class, which they don't do, someone's got to give it a rate. Someone's got to assign it a weighting. Someone's got to say, you can use this in your books and records, but you can only use 10% of it. Now, once that happens, it sends a signal to the rest of the market that this asset class is in the 10% bucket, okay? Then, the market being what it is, it will key off of that signal from the regulators, and money managers will assign 10% of their assets to to Bitcoin and similar currencies in the asset class. So the long story I'm making to you here is this. The licensing, which is coming on board, which most true libertarians don't like, is actually what's going to propel Bitcoin to and similar currencies to the next asset class, because it's going to define it and quantify it and allow money managers to exercise their fiduciary responsibility by using Bitcoin, because it's been defined and subscribed and legislated that this is the type of asset class that we are now bringing on board. So I'm going to say 2 years. With the volatility thing and the American regulatory situation, I'd say the states will follow New York probably 18 months. That's my answer. And thank you.
I have a question for you.
Yes, thank you.
I'm just wondering, what is your insight about the adoption of Bitcoin in more narrowly defined vertical market?
All right, so give me what. All right, adoption is a very catch-all expression.
Can I just elaborate more about what I'm asking? Say, for example, in gaming, right? You can actually play games, earn points, and trade the points into getting another game. So then, in that case, your service, your access as a class is defined specifically as the game industry, right? So you can have things like that in more like vertical market.
Yes.
Do you see these things happening in Bitcoin?
Yes. It's funny how Bitcoin got here, all right, to me, because it's kind of I mean, I don't want to talk about the blockchain because I'm not qualified to talk about that, but I am going to talk about the rise of the platforms, okay? That is my favorite expression, by the way. So we've seen online poker. Everyone knows that. It's an algorithm behind a platform, behind a formula, but it works and people will, I mean, the market is there. But that's evolved to binary options, okay? Which is a very elusive and hard market to define. We've now moved on, and it's the nature of where we are right now, to Bitcoin and subsidiary altcoins. And everyone in this room and wherever you are online, in the 18 months to 2 years, will not be doing any bricks and mortar business, all right? Everything you do and every touch point between you and your financial markets, I put forward to you, is going to be very likely on a smartphone, but certainly will not be in a physical sense of the word. So what I'm saying to you is, where are the verticals? They've gone digital. So with that in mind, adoption, the word adoption changes. I mean, I'm not avoiding the question. I'm just reminding people that when you look at a slide that gives you the badges of a currency, someone did that 50 years ago, okay? You can forget that. Actually, can I be critical? That's history. That's like putting a square peg in a round hole. So the question now is, what comes next? Your point is valid, but there are not the verticals that it's not a vertical anymore. It's horizontal and it's digital. Yes.
So therefore, if something is going to be happening fast,
yes,
then we should see more sporadic development that is successful. Then people will adopt it on wider scale.
Well,
therefore, I naturally would think maybe in some vertical market that's successful, and it gets people to buy in more, in case of buying more.
Well, that will happen, but there'll also be black swan events. There'll be tipping points. Without wishing any ill on anyone, the best thing that can happen to Bitcoin or that similar asset class is a bad thing to somebody else. Okay? Or, do you understand me? I mean, touch wood, I don't want any particular sovereign state to fall out of bed financially, but it's likely to happen. And Bitcoin presents a viable alternative when it does. So for that reason alone, it's probably I would suggest looking more like an alternative that's acceptable. But I'm trying to get my speakers in order, but Andreas got it right when he said it's cultural and it's nothing that you can put your finger on, when he made the reference to the airlines and how we're used to doing things. Conception's hard to change, and we're not going to do it on the back of a YouTube commercial. It has to be onboarded gradually in a manner we can digest and doesn't cause us concern. But that said, I'm going to end with one quote. I was at the New York Department, the Finance History Museum on Wall Street about 6 weeks ago with Jeremy Allaire, the head of Circle, and I wasn't speaking, I was a consumer, but the quote that he made that stayed with me was, and I got this down right, he said, whether it's Bitcoin or son of Bitcoin, digital currency is here to stay. So this is the way forward. It may come to us or it may transform into something else, but it definitely is where we are headed next. And that is definitely it for me. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Phill Raymond from CRYPSA again. I just want to make a comment about something Aidan said, something Alex said, and but first I'm going to give you my prediction on adoption. I'm not afraid to go on record. It might not fall down this way, but as you recall in the first presentation, I talked about a series of domino effects. I see those, Aidan said 2 years, I see those as between 2 and 4.5 years. In the 1990s, Adobe gave us a fascinating example. Adobe, the people who make Photoshop, gave us a fascinating example of what it takes to get a two-sided network effect going strong. Now, there are many new technologies that come out in our lifetime. The VCR is one that came out, and some of you were born after the VCR, but it was a while before it reached 2 or 3% penetration in homes, and then it took off. But the VCR is very, very different, and the DVD player is very different than the web or than Bitcoin. The difference is it doesn't require two-sided technology. The VCR is using a standard that's already out there, broadcast television and cable television. So it's just a matter of you seeing it at your friend's house and realizing, gee, I can time shift my shows, or I can rent a show from some store down the street that has these tapes. So it's a matter of you getting fascinated with it, and it's a single one-off independent decision to buy it. Once the VCR hit about 2 or 3%, in a matter of a year, it hit 70%, and in 2 years, it was 98%. It wasn't just the cost coming down, it was the recognition of what it is. Bitcoin is a little different. Bitcoin requires someone, it doesn't just require you saying, I'm willing to spend it. It requires Dell Computer or hopefully soon Amazon and eBay saying, we accept it. And maybe even the post office and the US government accepting it for your taxes. That's a very, very big fundamental change. It requires two sides to use it at once. In the mid-1990s, Adobe had this plan to come out with a portable document reader. Not many people really understood what they were talking about. I know it seems obvious today, but back then there was WordPress, there was Multimate, and there was the DeckMate from Digital. There were 3 word processors, end of the 80s basically. And everyone said to Adobe, come on, there's only a few systems. Microsoft was just coming out with Word, and a lot of people believed that was going to win because Windows 3.1 had already become famous. Fine, so you support Word. Microsoft already gives the reader for free. I don't know if you know this, but if you don't own Microsoft Office, you can still pick up a reader so that any Word document you can open. You can't edit it, you can't change it if you don't own it, but you can still read it. So everyone said, what do you need a portable document reader for? And Adobe's investors kept pointing out, not their investors, the internal group that wanted to develop PDF, Acrobat, kept saying, Microsoft isn't the world. There's Burroughs, there's Sperry, there's the banking system. There's other countries that are still using 18-bit DeckMates and VAXs and PDP-11s. It's a big world out there. And there will be mobile devices someday. There will be wristwatches, there will be phones. They actually did say that in the early 90s. They talked about wristwatches and phones. And people were just giving them a blank stare. And their investors wanted to hear nothing of it. You've got a $3 billion engine in Photoshop. Don't screw it up by trying to start a project that's going to take you $500 million to develop. And so what Adobe ended up doing is they split off a separate asset class. There's a term I learned from Aidan. They split off a separate asset class. I don't know if they floated a bond or if they created a new company. But they got the people who believed in Acrobat. And then they said, now how are we going to do this? How are we going to solve the two-sided network effect? We've got to convince people to get the reader, and we've got to convince people to write. And that's when the idea came up. Why don't we make the reader for free? And why don't we find a partner who will give it to everyone on Earth? Everyone on Earth will have a CD, and this took a couple hundred kilobytes. That wasn't easy to store in those days. Everyone on Earth will have a CD with our reader on it, and they can't avoid it because they'll want that CD for another reason. And what was the reason? And again, if you're under 30, you might not remember this, but in the 1990s, everyone saw a new AOL diskette or CD every single day, 5 or 10 times. People were building trash art outside of their homes out of AOL discs. They were shipped with Time magazine and Reader's Digest and Life magazine. You go to your local diner for coffee and they were stacked up on the wall. They were just free AOL discs. They wanted people to get online, and AOL and CompuServe, and for a while a company called Genie and Delphi were the only ways to get online. You would modem to a specific phone number to start your internet experience. And the World Wide Web was coming out, and there were news groups, and there were FTP and other technologies, but you needed a company to connect to. You thought of it more as your company, AOL, not as the internet. In fact, the World Wide Web was just one little icon on AOL's marketplace. But this idea of making one side of the network free and then selling to your writers, your authors, saying you want that parts manual for that Boeing plane to be available to anyone in any country who's standing out there trying to repair that plane, you need to write it in Adobe's portable document format. So Bitcoin is passing through the same early phase right now. It's a two-sided network. The network's starting to grow. Adobe taught us, and this is used in marketing classes today, that once you pass between 1/4 and 0.5% of people using it, 50% of people aware of it, but 1/4 to 0.5% of people actually having the experience working with it, then it's downhill. Then suddenly you've hit the tipping point. I don't know if it's really going to be that little, but we're nowhere near 1/4% of people even having owned a Bitcoin. We're nowhere near that. 2 people, 3 people in this room owned a Bitcoin. And so clearly, we're not at that point yet. But with enough advantages and enough people being able to convey those advantages to others, it will happen. Why don't we move along right now? So I guess I need about 2 or 3 minutes before our next speaker. So I will make one other comment. Alex and Andreas both talked about the blockchain technology and Bitcoin removing the choking point. It takes away from government powers the ability to stop a transaction between 2 parties. I'm just going to relate one interesting little tidbit. In the early 2000s, about 15 years ago, the country of India decided that for health reasons, their health department wouldn't allow foreign manufacturers to distribute a product without the entire recipe being revealed to them. It had to be on file with their health department. And their target was Coca-Cola. You want to sell Coke in the entire subcontinent, you need to not only reveal to us the ingredients, which are usually on the label, you need to reveal to us everything: the manufacturing process, the temperatures, the recipe, and the items that in the US we call GRAS, generally regarded as safe, which you don't have to reveal on a label. We want it all. And Coke, naturally, since it's their trade secret, didn't want to reveal the exact way in which a competitor could produce the same flavor. It was turned into a big argument. It was a choking point. I actually don't even know how that ended, but I know that Coke is available in India today, and the syrups now have to be made there. I don't know if they had to reveal as much as what India wanted. What's interesting is the same country, 10 years later, about 5 years ago, I may have the dates wrong by 1 or 2 years, India also told BlackBerry, just before BlackBerry started diving down an appeal because of the iPhone and the Android rising, but India told BlackBerry, there's a problem. Your servers are in Canada. RIM, the company that makes BlackBerry, all the information people are sending, that information is in Canada. We want it here in our country so it's available for subpoena, for inquiry, for court orders. We want to know that we can get into someone's private email account and see it if there's a lawful reason for us to see it. That also is with Bitcoin, with distributed blockchain technology. Those type of things will go away because the cloud computing groups, the people who host Google Cloud, not Google yet. Right now, it's companies like SpaceMonkey and SimForm, two really forward-thinking cloud companies. What they're doing is there is no data center. SpaceMonkey is an amazing company. They are a cloud provider. Right now they're attacking first the home market. So you want your movies and your media to be online wherever in the world you are. It's not just that you're attaching a disk drive to your router and then you're able to access it from your cell phone. That disk drive that you attach to your router doesn't really have your data on it. So the way the SimForm's model and SpaceMonkey's model, which I think will be every company's model someday, is if you want to be a customer with 2 terabytes available to you all the time, you think all your movies and data and songs and business documents can fit on 2 terabytes, buy a 3 terabyte drive. They're cheap. They're $89. Buy a drive 50% bigger than you demand for yourself and attach it to your home router, preferably by a physical connection so it's fast. And what we'll do is we'll take your data and 10,000 other people's data, and we'll hash it around the world and encrypt it as a RAID 10,000 system. So your data doesn't exist on anyone's drive. If half the drives in the world shut down at once, you'll still have access to your data, because your data is actually error-corrected and hashed in 10,000 different people's computer drives. There's no way to figure out, no one can take away your drive. Now, I described this model, before there was a SpaceMonkey, I described this model to someone who worked at EMC, the big data corporation. EMC, Hopkinton, Mass. Maintains the servers and the data farms. Dell and Amazon are the only other games, and IBM's getting into it. But EMC houses half the data in the world. MasterCard, your reservations for American Airlines, whatever you're doing, it's probably housed at EMC or at one of their data centers, if it's not housed by Google. And the engineer for EMC said that will never happen. You can't do that. It might work for a homeowner, it'll never happen. You think the US government is going to allow private data to be stored? They don't know what country it's stored in. Do you think that American Airlines is going to let the reservations of people looking at seats live, online, suddenly disappear because they didn't realize it was not in a trustworthy person's computer? I would submit to you, this is an early version of the blockchain, it really is. I would submit to you that if I'm the US government and if I have critical information or critical infrastructure that must stay up and running and robust and online all the time and encrypted, I would rather not know where that data is, as long as I know the data's everywhere. I just want to repeat that. I'd rather not know where the data is, as long as I know that the data's everywhere, because everywhere means robust. And being on one person's or one data center's computer at EMC, I mean, it might be a great computer system, and EMC brags that they have these mirrored in 8 states, and it's bitwise redundant. So if one state blows up, if the whole state blows up, the data will still be reconstructed. But that's not nearly as robust as a distributed cloud architecture. And more importantly, EMC can still shut down your data by their choice or by a government's choice. And no one can shut down your cloud data if it's distributed in that way. So with that said, we had on our agenda, those of you who are still following the agenda, Andrew Filipowski. Andrew Filipowski is the founder of Silk Road Equity, not to be confused with Silk Road, the criminal organization that was shut down by Interpol. He is in an auditorium in Australia. He can't get Wi-Fi access, and he's not going to be able to speak today. And believe me, we've tried. So we have a pretty exciting substitution, a most exciting substitution, a last-minute guest speaker who just came to our attention, and his name is Trace Mayer. He is an early Bitcoin adopter, an early Bitcoin investor, and he has some exciting material for you.
Let's see. Should I?
I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't.
We'll take one minute. I'll get it up and running.
Only if we need it for online or whatever. Yeah, so like you said, an impromptu guest, so I'll tell you a little bit about myself and my background with Bitcoin. Then I'll get into some of my investments, and then a tremendous use case for Bitcoin that everybody, even people who hate Bitcoin, should use, because you're able to save at least 20% off of pretty much all your purchases. And then going to talk a little bit about the network effects that we have taking place with Bitcoin. So A little bit about myself. I'm an early Bitcoin adopter. I began publicly talking about and recommending and evangelizing Bitcoin when it was a nickel. I host the Bitcoin Knowledge Podcast, which you can find at www.bitcoin.kn. I interview all the top people in the Bitcoin space, CEOs of all the main companies. Back in those early days when Bitcoin was a nickel, people had dreams. They had ideas. They had things that they wanted to build. For example, the Armory wallet. Alan Reiner wanted to build out an ultra secure Bitcoin wallet so people's Bitcoins would be safe. So I funded him. There were two wild and crazy guys. They wanted merchants to be able to accept Bitcoin. So I funded BitPay. Now Microsoft actually accepts Bitcoin using BitPay, along with 9 to 10 other billion-dollar plus merchants and 55,000 other merchants. And then Jesse Powell, he decided the Bitcoin needed an exchange because an exchange was the most critical piece of Bitcoin infrastructure. So I funded Kraken, which is the largest Euro Bitcoin exchange out there. And the list goes on. I've funded several other Bitcoin endeavors and things like that, Bitcoin Magazine, some others. So, that's a little bit of my background. Like, why would I fund a wallet company? Well, it's because we have to know that our Bitcoins are safe, that they're secure. That's the foundation that the entire ecosystem is built on. When we're talking about keeping Bitcoin secure, well, what is Bitcoin? Like, what is it? What are we keeping secure? Well, at the end of the day, we're just keeping a number secure. It's based on public-private key encryption. It's a protocol, and we're just keeping a number secure. That number, mathematics, it's a way for humans to abstract. With Bitcoin, we've abstracted a first use case, which is currency. But there will actually be thousands and thousands of use cases for Bitcoin that can be applied in many different ways, just like with the asset of gold. One application of gold is as currency, but we use it in electronics, we use it in computers, we use it in dental fillings. So likewise, Bitcoin will be used for so many other things. When we're using Bitcoin as currency, and especially in these early days, we've had a lot of people, well, they hate Bitcoin. I think it challenges something at the visceral heart of so many people. This idea that the money that they use might not be trustworthy, might not be mathematically provable, might not be immutable or unalterable, processes and characteristics of the Bitcoin blockchain. And that might concern them, especially if their paychecks and their entire way that they've organized the world has come about because of their monetary system that they use, a debt-based monetary system, fractional reserve banking, central counterparty clearing with securities, all of these things now obsolete because of this new technology, just like bronze weapons became obsolete to steel weapons, and just like bows became obsolete to gunpowder and cannons. So likewise, Bitcoin as a currency is just the first application. So even if you hate Bitcoin, like, why should you use it? Well, my buddy Roger Ver, he funded a company called Purse.io. And the other day, I decided, I'm going to try using Purse.io. So I went on to Purse and I set up my account. And what you do is you go and you create a wish list on Amazon.com. So I went over to Amazon and I, did some of my normal shopping and put it all on this wish list. And then I imported it to my Purse.io account, and it was like $100 or something. And then I sent my Bitcoins to Purse.io, which got held in escrow. And then I set my discount, and I set 35%. I only wanted to pay 65 cents on the dollar for this Amazon wish list. And, it listed it in the order book, and within 3 hours, someone had bought my wish list for me. And within 2 days, I had the product in my hand, and then they got the Bitcoins. Well, in effect, they buy the product off Amazon. The question is it a reverse bidding or reverse auction? The discount that I set, the 35% discount, there's the spot price of the Bitcoins, and then I get the 35% discount. And so it factors in that into the exchange rate for people who want to buy the Bitcoins. And so, somebody bought the wish list, and in exchange, they got Bitcoins. Now, why would they want to do that? Well, that's where this Trojan Hydra of Bitcoin, it's not just a Trojan horse, it's a Trojan Hydra that's regenerable, it can regenerate. This Trojan Hydra of Bitcoin is making markets more efficient. How's it making markets more efficient in this case with Purse.io? Well, I went to circle.com and bought my Bitcoins, my $100 worth of Bitcoins, and I sent them over there, and I pay pretty much 0% fees at Circle. Somebody, maybe they're in Africa or Indonesia, maybe they do affiliate marketing for Amazon. Amazon has a big affiliate marketing program, and they can't get paid with a bank account, because Amazon only pays out to certain areas. And also, Amazon only ships to about 50 countries. So maybe they're getting paid by Amazon, but not through a bank account, and they're getting paid with Amazon gift credit. But they can't spend the gift credit because they're in a country that Amazon doesn't ship to. Maybe Amazon should accept Bitcoin like Overstock, because Overstock ships to all 215 countries. But I understand Amazon, they can only take payment from credit cards, and we only really have credit cards in 50 countries. So they're just seeding 160 countries or so to Overstock and just giving away the market, which is not a very smart business move. And eventually Amazon will have to rectify that.
Question, will Purse.io's entire business model dry up when the market does become efficient?
Perhaps, but part of the problem is that this Amazon gift card credit, there's $15 billion of it. This is money on Amazon's that Amazon's promised to people, but they can't really redeem it. Well, now they're able to redeem it for Bitcoin. And so even if you hate Bitcoin, even if you just absolutely loathe Bitcoin, how do you want to pay at Amazon? Do you want to pay with your American Express and get frequent flyer points? Do you want to pay with a debit card? Or do you want to pay with Bitcoin? Because at the very best, Starwood's points on your Starwood's American Express card, those points are worth maybe 2.3 cents a piece, which means on the $100 purchase, you're going to get about $2.30 worth of points back. But if you pay with Purse.io, and you pay with Bitcoins, the average discount, and they've done over 10,000 transactions so far, the average discount is 18%. Okay? So even if you hate Bitcoin, we're talking, that's an 800 to 900% increase in the effective rebate from using Bitcoin as a payment method. You can buy them instantaneously on Circle. You're hardly exposed to any of the exchange rate risk of the Bitcoins. You get to set the discount that you want. The lower your discount, the quicker the order will likely be filled, because your price is more attractive than the other prices in the order book. But that's just one example of this Trojan Hydra making the overall economy much more efficient. How many billions of dollars are on gift cards right now? And that's just talking about using a system like Purse with the way gift cards are currently implemented. We'll actually be able to abstract these gift cards and rewards points. We'll be able to abstract all of them on top of the blockchain, and then they'll be programmatically tradable atomically in the same transaction on the blockchain with no counterparty risk. The same that we're going to be doing with stocks and bonds and other financial assets. The same thing that we're going to be doing with cars that are self-driving, that'll be able to pay the mechanic themselves and then pay distributions to their shareholders. That'll all be handled on the blockchain, all be handled atomically, all be handled trustworthy, without any trust required. It's going to be very exciting how this technology moves forward. So let's start. The previous speaker, he talked about a two-sided network effect. And when you have a network effect, it increases the barrier to entry and exit for competitors and for users. You know, you don't want to leave, everybody accepts credit cards, so we're all going to keep buying and spending with credit cards. There's got to be a really big incentive to get you to switch from using credit cards and dollars and bank accounts to using something else. Maybe 18% discounts enough to incentivize you to switch. I don't know. But you know, a net of 15% might be good enough. You know, but we have to overcome these network effects. And so Bitcoin's actually got 7 network effects taking place, taking root all at the same time. So let's march through them. First is speculation. You know, everybody loves to chase the rabbit. Everybody loves when the prices go up and down. It generates lots of excitement. Like, everybody just loves to chase the rabbit. You know, funny story with that, I was at an event with Philip Munger. He's Charlie Munger's son. Charlie Munger is the vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, multi-billionaire. And Warren Buffett, he was asked about Bitcoin. He said, oh, it's a mirage. And Charlie Munger, he was asked on TV, he said, oh, it's rat poison. And on TV was also Bill Gates. And Bill Gates, he said, well, I think Bitcoin's a technological tour de force. You know, so who are you going to kind of take as an authority? Someone who built Microsoft, or, you know, the greatest investors in the world? You know, it's kind of a toss-up, right? Especially when you, yeah. I mean, but part of being the best investor in the world is owning the government, being able to get all that bailout money. I mean, you got to get a good return on investment for those political donations, right? So, you know, but Bitcoin is complicated. Like, how do you assess it if you're just kind of looking in on this? And so, you know, Philip and I, we're walking around looking at this fashion show and all the cute models and stuff. And he was like, well, you know, like, what's your return been on Bitcoin? And I was like, I don't know what you mean. And he was like, you know, like, what percentage up is it? And I was like, oh, I think I understand what you're saying. Well, I'm up about 2x. And he was like, only 2x? And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, in 3 years, I'm up about 2x what Berkshire Hathaway's up in the last 35. And he's like percentages, how about 280,000%? You know, so when we're talking about volatility and potential for appreciation, I mean, this gets fun, you know. And then, you know, I told him the biggest gains for Bitcoin could very well be in front of us. One of the earlier speakers talked about how it's a new asset class. This is really a new form of property. This is crypto property backed by cryptography. It's a new asset class. You know, we have trillions of dollars in stocks and trillions of dollars in bonds and trillions of dollars in currencies and in commodities and hundreds of trillions of dollars in real estate and derivatives and things of this nature. You know, those are all storage tanks that are filled up, and the capital kind of moves between all of those storage tanks. And then we have crypto property, or the cryptocurrency. We have Bitcoin, and it's an empty storage tank. There's only $3 to $4 billion in it right now. And yet, if it's going to become what it's destined to become, we're talking trillions of dollars are going to have to be in this new asset class, this new form of property. And so that's speculation, you know, like, people are kind of looking out into the future. They're discounting the probability that that's going to happen, and that's going into the price. And speculation, you have to have security. You got to keep those Bitcoins safe. You know, everybody seems to get their Bitcoin stolen one way or the other. They let somebody else hold the private keys, you know, because that's just the way that we've been conditioned with property for the last 5,000 years, is somebody else holds the private keys. You know, the dollars in your bank account, you're actually an unsecured creditor. The dollars aren't there. Everybody knows it. It's called fractional reserve banking. We have reserve requirements. There's a mismatch between time deposits and demand deposits. So, I mean, you know, the money's really not there. Everybody kind of just hopes that when they need it, it'll be there. The Greeks are finding out it's not that way. The Argentines, the Venezuelans, bailouts, bail-ins, you know, it's going to get fun. It's going to get real fun. And, you know, if the government, $17 trillion in debt, where are they going to get the money? Going to get the money from whoever's stupid enough to not hold the private keys to their own wealth. You know, so you take back control, sovereign control of the money, just like gold. You know, back when we were using gold as our international monetary system, it was a lot harder to seize it because the gold was distributed widely among the populace. You had to actually go and, you know, stand there. The IRS agents stood there when people opened their safety deposit boxes, when Franklin Roosevelt made it illegal to own gold. You know, when Hitler made it illegal to own gold, you know, they're SS right there, get your gold. Mao made it illegal to own gold. Stalin made it illegal to own gold. You know, so it's definitely going to evoke strong emotions on one side or the other. If you want to hold your own assets, then you like Bitcoin. If you want somebody else to have control over you and your assets, then you don't like Bitcoin. It's really kind of a 1 or a 0 game. You know, that's how cryptography works. It's just math. And at the end of the day, violence can't solve a math problem. That's just not how math works. And I mean, you can't just aim like the nuclear bomb at the Bitcoin algorithm and obliterate it. Like, it just, math is math, and you either have the answer or you don't. So Bitcoin's a little different than gold in that sense. You can't just kill somebody and get the purchasing power of the Bitcoin. I mean, you have to actually got to get those private keys one way or the other. And I've had some friends, you know, they sent their Bitcoins to the wrong address. That's a problem. So they see the Bitcoin sitting there, and there's no way that anybody's getting those Bitcoins. It's quite a problem. So, you know, we have to keep our Bitcoin safe. That's security. It's the foundation for speculation. Then our next network effect is going to be merchants. You know, now that people got Bitcoins, they want to spend them, you know? So we got merchants adopting Bitcoin. BitPay's got 50, 60,000 merchants. Same with Coinbase. We've got processors that make it super easy for merchants to accept Bitcoin, 0% fees. You know, you get an instantaneous, no chargebacks, no fees. Direct deposit comes the next day in dollars if you don't want any exchange rate risk. There's no reason for a merchant not to accept Bitcoin. You add 2 lines of code to your website, you're up and running, taking Bitcoin. You know, then you can take customers that everybody else can't until everybody's accepting Bitcoin, and then we got more network effects taking place. Now that merchants are accepting Bitcoin, well, there are consumers that will pay and will buy stuff only using Bitcoin. Who might those merchants be? Well, I already talked about them. We got 150 countries that don't have credit cards. 1 out of 3 credit card transactions from Africa is fraudulent. So, I mean, you just, as a merchant, you just aren't going to accept payment from somebody in Africa. You're just not going to serve that market because of the cost of the chargeback. Additionally, man, hackers, they love credit cards. You know, why do they love credit cards? Because the bigger the bigger the entity, you know, like Home Depot, the bigger the database. And so there's actually reverse economies of scale when it comes to credit cards. Who does the hacker want to steal credit card data from? The little merchant with 5,000 people in the database, or the big merchant like Home Depot with 55 million in the database? And so that's why merchants have huge costs accepting credit cards. They have chargebacks, they have fraud, they have PCI compliance, all types of expensive things. And then customers have expenses with credit cards. They have to give their name and their address and their credit card number. I mean, how stupid is it to put the private key out in the public for everybody to be able to steal? I mean, it's just insane. So, you know, we have all these problems that keep some people out of the system of using credit cards. They might very well want to use Bitcoin. And if a merchant can accept it and pay no fees and not be exposed to any exchange rate risk, why not accept it? So that's why we're seeing a lot of merchant adoption. So we got our speculation, we've got our merchants, we got our consumers. You know, all of this increases demand for Bitcoin. We often don't really talk about the demand for money But just like the supply of money, you know, with the Federal Reserve, you can just do Control P and just keep printing, you know, more of these dollars. They're not limited in amount. You can just print as many as you want. We've been printing trillions of them over the last few years, mainly giving them to people like Warren Buffett and the banks that got bailed out. So, you know, the way they're created, we don't really know. It gets handed out in an arbitrary way based on political favor. But Bitcoin, we know exactly how many Bitcoins there are. We know exactly how many Bitcoins there will be in the future. We know exactly how the Bitcoins are distributed. It's all done according to math. It's all provable. That might increase demand for that particular asset. As the demand increases, the price goes up. As the price goes up, we have more people come in and secure the Bitcoin network. So that makes it even more powerful and resilient. In terms of numbers, it's now at least 100,000 times more processing power than the 500 largest supercomputers combined. So the Bitcoin network is orders of magnitude larger than any other distributed computing network ever in the history of the world. It boggles the mind how much processing power has gone into the proof of work that secures that blockchain. So that's the security, you know. So now we got 4 network effects, because if you're going to have some other son of Bitcoin, you know, as Jeremy Allaire said, if you're going to have some other digital currency overcome Bitcoin, what's going to have to overcome all these network effects in order to do that? Number 5, well, you know, if we've got merchants and consumers and security and speculation, what's going to get the developer mind share? Like, why did the developers go and build the Apple App Store instead of the BlackBerry store? You know, when all the developers started working and tinkering on Apple stuff, that was 2 years before BlackBerry stock cratered and jumped off a cliff like a bunch of lemming. And Apple stock, you know, Apple's probably going to be the first $1 trillion market cap company here pretty soon. Why? Because the developers make the piece of glass useful and valuable for the consumers who want to buy it. And so that's all part of the network effect. Well, guess what? At Money 2020, the premier payments conference in the world, they had a hackathon. There were 450 people that participated in the hackathon. There was a prize given out for each system that you decided to build something for, which, you know, so you knew that you'd at least be given a prize if you worked on MasterCard's API or Visa's. Well, 2 people built a project on MasterCard's API. I think 3 people built one on Visa's API. Over 80% built a blockchain, a Bitcoin-related project. Over 80% of the people in the hackathon. All the developers, what are they building on when it comes to new financial services? Bitcoin. You know, so the developer mindshare, all the people who make the innovation, who make things more useful, they're all building on Bitcoin. Why is that? Mainly because Bitcoin's a dumb network. It's very predictable. You know, we have the rules. Anybody can access it. And so it allows for very smart devices, as opposed to a smart network, which would be like the Federal Reserve that has to interact with very dumb devices, like Fedwire. It enables for innovation without permission, and it enables this innovation to happen at the edges. And so Bitcoin, by its very nature, will outcompete in terms of innovative resources any other monetary system out there that is not dumb in that sense. So it's a very, very good place for Bitcoin to be in. And if you're going to be developing an altcoin stuff, developing a digital currency thing, why develop some other altcoin? Why not just develop on Bitcoin? So that's one of the reasons why we have thousands of projects in GitHub that are all being developed out by Bitcoin developers. Well, now we get to the 6th network effect. And we just saw massive news about this yesterday. John Betts, the CEO of Noble Markets, is going to be using NASDAQ's trading software for his exchange. I've recently interviewed Paul Chow. He's the CEO of LedgerX for my Bitcoin Knowledge podcast. And LedgerX is going to be a swap execution facility for Bitcoin derivatives. And they're working on getting their regulatory approval from the CFTC. Well, what's that sixth network effect? I like to call it financialization, or where the real guts of our financial system get creatively destroyed as Bitcoin moves into it, as Wall Street and Beijing and Hong Kong and Singapore and the Netherlands and London all come in and bring the massive amounts of wealth into this new form of crypto property, into this empty storage tank. What'll happen from all 6 of these network effects? Well, hopefully in 10, 20 years down the road, at the very largest kind of vision that I could see, is that we'll have the 7th network effect, which will be world reserve currency status. We will be settling all forms of property rights into the blockchain. You'll be able to trade a house with all of its tenants paying their rents and whatnot. You'll trade that house for the Bitcoins atomically in the blockchain. Like, why do we trust the property registries in our local county courthouses? Why wouldn't we just trust the blockchain? You know, one of the attorney generals for a major state, you know, we asked him, well, what's the biggest problem that you got? And he's like, we have thousands of people calling us every week that can't find the title to their house. We could put it right in the blockchain, instantly look it up. You know, no more chain of title searches, no more title insurance. Bam, right in the blockchain. Trade it for the Bitcoins in the same transaction. The locks that you get into and out of the condo or the house, you've now switched the keys that activate and allow you into that. And it's all being done. It could all be done with Bitcoin, and it could affect real estate, not just in the United States, not just in Europe, but real estate anywhere in the world, and cars and planes and boats. You know, it could be Chevron trading a refinery to ConocoPhillips 66, and it could be that refinery and all the property within that refinery and all the contracts that have been made with that refinery, and the payments channel that's automatically paying for and settling for the oil that's coming in from the producers, all being handled in a very automated way through the blockchain, but yet completely trustlessly. That's, you know, what I'm talking about in that 7th network effect. People and corporations and institutions settling into Bitcoin. You know, we tried to do this with gold. Isaac Newton, he came up with the gold standard, which, you know, tried to settle the balance of payments and the capital flows between the different nations and things like that. But gold was a very crude ledger to accomplish these things. And at the end of the day, Bitcoin is triple entry bookkeeping, the first practical implementation of it that we've ever had. We only developed double entry bookkeeping, you know, in the 14th century or so. And that led to the accumulation of capital and the building up of the corporate structure and all of these types of things, our ability to account and like measure our wealth. But now we're going to be able to do it in a triple entry bookkeeping way, a way where the ledger is distributed, where it's immutable, where it's unchangeable. We'll be able to have history that you can't rewrite. SEC filings that you can't change ever. You know, it's going to be very fun, very exciting. And with that, I suppose I'm done. Kind of ran out of stuff. Maybe we have some questions that people want to ask. Alex?
Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you here. You have a very good way of presenting it in a simple way. So that answers my question. You, from all the people in the room, understand better than anybody else that you often approach it. How do you think it's a better and easier way to make it palatable to people? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so how do we make Bitcoin easier for people to understand? I think 18% discount is pretty easy to understand. And if somebody doesn't get that, like, they got a problem. I mean, it literally, you get your Circle account set up. You can buy $500 worth of Bitcoins, instantly withdraw them. Takes maybe 5 to 10 minutes to do that. You get Bread Wallet on your iPhone. It's a free wallet, very secure. I interviewed Aaron Boisine, the CEO of Bread Wallet, on my podcast, and we talked all about it. If you want to learn more about it, free app. Withdraw the Bitcoins from Circle to your Bread Wallet, set up your Purse account, get your Amazon wish list, buy something off Amazon with your Bitcoins, get a 20%, 25% discount. That should be pretty easy for people to understand. Even if they just hate Bitcoin, even if they just loathe Bitcoin, 25% discount. I mean, it should be pretty self-evident. You know, and from there, you know, once people start realizing how useful and what the utility of it is, they'll find other uses for it. They'll find other ways that it can make their life more efficient and add more wealth and value to them. So the question is, how does one acquire Bitcoins? You can get them gifted to you. You could buy them on Circle.com or another exchange like Kraken.com. Yeah, you could sell your own products or services and accept Bitcoins. You could get gifted Bitcoins. You could try to mine, although I wouldn't really recommend that currently. It's extremely competitive and specialized now. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really great for people to trade their goods or services for Bitcoins, particularly if it's a service. You know, then you're just trading some time and you get to play with this new technology. At the end of the day, it's a new technology. We know how to send emails. We know how to, you know, use a calculator and calculate change and write checks and use credit cards. Get with the times. You know, you need to be digitally literate as we move forward into this new era. And if you're not, you know, like, if the robot's not cleaning my toilet, I might hire you. So, you know, that's just how it's going to play out. And so it's very important for people to, you know, take an active role in their own financial circumstances and well-being, because at the end of the day, nobody cares about your financial circumstances more than you do. Any other questions? What? Why would corporations? Oh, like, so which companies currently accept Bitcoin? There's over 100,000 merchants that have integrated with Bitcoin now. Overstock, Newegg, Microsoft, Tiger Direct, Dell. You know, those are just some of the big publicly traded ones. Zynga is another billion-dollar company. I mean, Namecheap, private internet access if you want VPN services. There's pretty much anything that you want to buy. Like, you can figure out a way to buy it with Bitcoin if you're got a little bit of ingenuity. Oh, the NFL accepts it? Yeah, you know what we need? Like, I went to a Knicks game the other night, and of course, like, showed up absolutely way too late with my brother-in-law, and so we had to get scalped for our tickets. We didn't know whether the tickets were valid or not when we're getting scalped, right? So the guy had to, like, walk us up to the line. I mean, wouldn't it be great if the tickets were issued on the blockchain and he could just transfer the tickets to us and the Bitcoins in the same transaction atomically, and it'd be completely trustless and I mean, Bitcoin, so many applications and so many different ways to make life easier. Another question?
So there's not too much, let's say, mainstream marketing of Bitcoin, and I was wondering if you think that that's an issue, if you think it's going to come later, or if you think you know, it's going to happen with or without it.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, personally, I think it's good for Bitcoin to grow in a very organic way like this. You know, my companies like Armory and BitPay and Kraken, they just get overloaded when the price goes up. But each time we have the price goes up and it brings a new media cycle and tons of new users come in, and then it settles down. It lets us build out more and more of this core infrastructure. And so I think it's very good for Bitcoin to grow in this type of a way. People want it to grow so fast overnight, but they're not the ones actually building the stuff out. They're not the ones dealing with the customers and dealing with, getting this software built and stuff like that. So I think Bitcoin is doing great right now. If anything, it's a little bit further ahead than where I kind of estimated it to be at the current time. But it's moving along just great. And I've never been more bullish about Bitcoin. I think probably about 8 to 10 months ago, I think Bitcoin passed the point of no return. Before that, it was very much proof of concept, but now I think it's past that point of no return. It will be the internet protocol for transferring value. It's just got too many network effects. Nothing's going to overcome that. And so, it's just a matter of building it all out now. So the question is, what comes first, the audience or the infrastructure? I think, obviously we have to have some audience that comes in, but we've seen it come in waves, and for example, I was talking with Tony, he's our chairman of the board there at BitPay, and I was asking him, what's kind of the state of all of our merchant adoption right now? And he was like, well, I think we've we've got enough merchants accepting Bitcoin. What we need now is we need to find ways for people to get paid in Bitcoin. So I'm actively out there scouting for, a deal kind of like Bitwage. Bitwage lets you allocate a portion of your paycheck to automatically get converted into Bitcoins and sent to your address. So, as we move further down these network effects, all these network effects are taking hold at the same time, but some of them I think take hold faster than others. And so we kind of naturally need to be rebalancing in those areas. I know with Armory, we have got huge innovations that have been coming out. We've got completely distributed hierarchical deterministic multi-signature cold storage that's on the horizon with sufficiently distributed fragmented backups and the ways to protect the keys and be able to rotate managers in and out along with key ceremonies for generation. So that's going to, you can't go and tell a bank or a big corporation to put $100 million into Bitcoin, 6 months ago. Like the infrastructure just wasn't built. Like they couldn't meet their fiduciary duties, very ad hoc. But now with the software that we've built at Armory, yeah, you can put in $10 billion and the cybersecurity and the other security around it is being done properly with HSMs and audited information system security standards and all that type of stuff. So, I think we've got a lot of work done, but we're able to take these best practices from other disciplines and areas and apply them to Bitcoin. Because we protect private keys. It's not something new. Private keys to nuclear weapons, private keys to banks, private keys to all types of things. And so, but we have to build that out specifically tailored for a Bitcoin application, which Armory, we've got those solutions built now, so the institutions can come in, and BitPay makes it easy for them to. And then once they start accepting Bitcoin and they start paying out employees in Bitcoin and things like that, well, now they got to hold Bitcoins on their treasury, in their treasury accounts. They got to hold 2 or 3% of their cash balances in Bitcoin. Apple alone has $178 billion of cash. If they were to hold 3% in Bitcoin, they'd have to allocate in several times the current market cap of Bitcoin. And what's the actual saleable amount of Bitcoin? Out of the 13 to 14 million coins that have already been generated, probably 3 to 4 million at least are lost. one way or the other and will never be recovered. So they're completely unsaleable. Then you got other Bitcoins that are held by people who don't need to sell them. And one of the great things about Bitcoin, it's an equity-based monetary system. So there are no margin calls. Like if you want to get those Bitcoins from somebody, you pretty much have to get them from them consensually through trade or something. And they don't need, the people holding them, they don't need to sell them. They can just sit on them, keep letting the price go up as the capital gets allocated into the cash balances. I mean, this vortex that's just going to suck in so much of the world's capital, it's going to be a wealth transfer the likes of which humanity has never seen and probably won't ever see again for a long, long time. Well, I think those particular use cases where we're going to be abstracting the ownership of like land titles and cars onto the blockchain, I think that's going to be much further down the road. I mean, we've got Blythe Masters, former JP Morgan head of commodities. She's now CEO of DA Holdings, Digital Asset Holdings, and she wants to create a way to have no counterparty risk in the trading of securities. So she's starting with just trading fiat currencies and Bitcoin. But yeah, I imagine she's going to want to expand to other assets. It's just a matter of just getting it all built out. I mean, we can't just leap to like step 10, right? We gotta go plot along methodically, logically, very well planned, safely, conservatively, which is how we operate stuff at the core level of Bitcoin when it comes to the protocol, when it comes to security with things like Armory. We don't want any attack surface, no attack vectors. We want all of the risks foreclosed and precluded. Yeah.
If one Bitcoin comes to the point where it's so efficient that it becomes replacing a lot of services like the post office or services offered by corporations or companies, how do you challenge that? Because that's going to be viewed as a negative effect of Bitcoin. How do you say to somebody that might lose their jobs regarding that, what they do, or like how would you solve that problem?
Yeah, so the question is, with all the potential applications of Bitcoin, what effect could that have on jobs and unemployment? Like we don't use horses anymore. We use cars. Horse populations actually peaked and then began declining at the introduction of the automobile because horses became obsolete. With Bitcoin and robots that will be coming, it's going to be, we're in for a lot of change. The sheer amount of human labor that's going to be needed on a day-to-day basis, it's kind of like what happened during the Great Depression. We had the advent of electricity and washing machines and like all of this stuff, all of this technology that freed up people's time from having to be spent just carrying on day-to-day labor. Hopefully, the wealth transfer and wealth distribution will be in what some would say like a fair or equitable way. For example, our current monetary system siphons off so much of our productivity, so much of our standard of living. To give you an example, when my father was your age, he graduated from school and he had 2 job offers. One was with the accounting firm, another was with a railroad. And he took the job with the railroad, which paid $900 a month. At the time, that would buy 25.7 ounces of gold per month. So a kid with no experience, just graduating from college, getting his first job, earning in today's money, $500,000 a year. That's how much our politicians, that's how much our major corporations and our current political process has siphoned off our standard of living for the average person. We just aren't benefiting from all these advancements that have taken place in information systems and the internet and all this stuff. How will that political issue be solved? I don't know. You know, like all throughout history, whenever we have the collapse of a monetary system, the populace is presented with two choices. There's repression or regeneration. The U.S. Constitution that came out of the collapse of the continental dollar, regeneration. When John Law made it illegal, got the king to make it illegal to have gold and silver in France, and then the Jacobites actually instituted the death penalty for using gold and silver to protect against the debased assonauts, it led to the Reign of Terror, where they drug out something like 30,000 of the elites and politicians and beheaded them in the guillotines. So, you know, when you have the collapse of the Reichsmark, you got repression with Hitler. Which path will the U.S. choose? Will it be repression or regeneration? I don't think any of us really know that answer. It's still undecided. There's still so many decisions yet to be made. Will drones be turned on the U.S. citizenry? What about Ferguson? You know, all these implements of war. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting question. And what's even more interesting about it is all of the people that have sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, they probably haven't even opened it up and read it. For example, what is a dollar? You know, what's the definition of a dollar? What is a dollar? It's used twice. The term is used twice in the Constitution. Once in the slave provision. And the slave provision, it was very hotly contested. So if there was a term in there that they didn't agree on, they probably wouldn't have passed the slave clause, right? And phrase dollars right there in that clause. So what is a dollar? Well, under the 1792 Coinage Act, both Hamilton and Jefferson sent out and had a sampling taken, and they defined the dollar as used in the marketplace. It was 371.25 grains of fine silver. And that was in Section 8 of the 1792 Coinage Act. Section 19 provided that any federal officials that debased or made worse the currency shall be guilty of a felony and shall suffer death. So we used to have the death penalty in the United States for, you know, creating lots of debasing the currency, you know, counterfeit inflation, basically. So what is a dollar today? Well, under federal code 31 USC 5101 through 5118, we've defined a dollar as 1 ounce of silver. We've defined $50 as 1 ounce of gold. We got pennies and nickels and quarters and dimes, all of differing degrees and compositions of copper and zinc and other stuff, and yet they're defined as dollars. And so when you actually write out the equation, does 50 ounces of silver equal 1 ounce of gold? I don't know if you've taken chemistry class, but no, it doesn't. And then we have Federal Reserve notes that also are defined as dollars. And so we've got unintelligible federal law defining what the dollar is and making it legal tender, okay? But that's not the sole problem, although it's a huge problem. Think of what problem we would have if we tried to build structures and we defined 1 foot as 3 yards, which also equaled 3 inches. I mean, buildings would just collapse in on themselves. We would have unintelligible ways of performing mental calculations of length, of volume, of weight. And yet when it comes to performing mental calculations of value and the atomic unit of our financial system, the dollar, that we're using to perform all those calculations is undefined and unintelligible, yeah, we have problems. That's why that's the root cause of so many of the problems in our society. And if that were it, it would be fine. But it gets even worse, because under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5, the federal government is given power to coin money and regulate the value thereof. So they're able to actually physically coin the money. Notice it's something coined rather than printed. And that's why the federal mint was minting coins, and anybody who debased or made worse the currency shall suffer death for federal employees back in 1792. The states, on the other hand, then we get to something called legal tender. So the states, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. So that gets to contract law, tort law, things that judges can issue as a judgment, legally binding, right? Because back when the continental dollar failed, you would have debtors paying their creditors without mercy with worthless continental dollars. I want to pay off my debt with stuff that's not worth anything. It's a good deal, right? For the debtor. And so the states somehow, and the federal government somehow, have made Federal Reserve notes legal tender. And yet, under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, no state shall emit bills of credit or make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. And then the 10th Amendment, any powers not delegated are retained to the states or to the people themselves. So the federal government is precluded from making anything legal tender. The states, if they make anything legal tender, it can only be gold and silver. And yet somehow we've got Federal Reserve notes that are legal tender. And yet when the case goes to the U.S. Supreme Court, they refuse to hear it. City versus Dover in 1991 squarely framed this issue. Why? Because it's a political question. Just like the Supreme Court wouldn't hear the slave cases and just let it foment under the surface until it exploded in the Civil War, so likewise the Supreme Court will not hear monetary definitions, and they're just let it foment. And so our current system will just lurch from one crisis to the other until it accumulates and culminates into either a hyperinflationary explosion or a deflationary depression. Hopefully, Bitcoin will be in there to help ease that transition one way or the other, because in 2007, you had Fortune 500 CEOs calling up Treasury saying, look, if you don't stop this, and it was a run on the bank, basically, $500 billion got moved out in 3 hours out of money market funds. If you don't stop this, we won't be able to make payroll. What happens to social order and society when Walmart and Exxon and Chevron can't make payroll? Because the lubrication, the veins of our monetary system grind to a halt due to the lack of trust, because nobody believes the other person's balance sheet, the banks in this case. And so that's another thing that's very fascinating about Bitcoin, is that it's not only the blood, the actual currency unit like the gold or silver, but it's also the veins, which would be like the bank wires or the checks or the credit cards. And hopefully it can help us avert what could otherwise be a very disturbing situation. Because make no mistake about it, the current monetary and financial system is completely broken and done worldwide. And with the dollar being the world reserve currency, we'll be probably the last ones to fully face the consequences, but we will be ground zero for them. And it's going to be here that the critical questions pose repression or regeneration. So not to get off on too much of a tangent, but Bitcoin is so much more complicated and has so many more implications than just, getting a 20% discount on Amazon. Any other questions?
Yeah, you talked about the accounting system, triple entry. How does it work? What's on the third entry?
Yeah, so the question is, how is Bitcoin a triple entry bookkeeping system? So you've got your traditional debit and your credit, and then you have a confirmation with the network. So when you sign the transaction, that's the debit and credit. You send it to, you broadcast it to the network. A miner picks it up and includes it in a block. And when that block gets confirmed into the blockchain, that's where the confirmation comes, where the triple entry is, that proves that that transaction happened. In what? The Bitcoin network. So the decentralized distributed computing network that's running the Bitcoin protocol. You would have to follow the rules of the network in order for the network to consider any Bitcoins that you make to be valid. Otherwise, they don't follow the rules, and everybody else would say, those aren't real Bitcoins. The math problem doesn't equal. Yeah. We done? Awesome. Thanks.
In my, those of you who have been around the whole day, in my opening conversation, I said I would be the only libertarian here. I think Trace has outdone me in that aspect. Trace also made a comment about using the blockchain to open the door for a real estate transaction like the realtors do. This is neither here nor there, but while he was talking, my daughter texted me. My daughter's going to be 14 next week. She texted me, I'm not coming to the house. I live in suburban Massachusetts, 40 miles from Boston. I'm not coming to the house. I'm actually got an after-school activity. I won't be there. My dog's trapped in the house, and needs to pee. So I just opened the door for my neighbor and gave them a temporary password so that even if I'm up here at the podium and not in my chair, my neighbor can open the door. And I didn't even need a blockchain to do that. Schlage does that for me. Trace wasn't here for the whole morning, but the armory that he's talking about, just to tie two events together, those of you who were here earlier, you probably recognize that that's exactly what Stephen Sprague, our second talker, first talker after Andreas, is doing. He's the chairman of Rivetz Corporation, and he's embedding trusted platform technology, hardware encryption technology into devices and moving it off the counter where the Verifone terminal is and into your pocket so that you recognize the device and so that the Bitcoin transaction can be traceable, trusted, and secure from malware from the moment. Even if your phone has malware on it, it can be still, the instruction is encrypted in a way that even the malware can't get to it. I want to make one other comment because it's something that every speaker has touched upon, and that's this concept of son of Bitcoin. So the reason that Andreas got here today, I mean by Skype, and the reason he presented is because of a conversation I was having with him last week at MIT. After he spoke to the MIT Bitcoin Expo, the two of us ended up in the lobby most of the time addressing one specific question. Most of the Bitcoin Expo dealt with the two remaining technical problems with Bitcoin, and it's got a lot of people who would be investors scared. Bitcoin right now has two major technical hurdles and that people are addressing. One is the speed of transactions. We're sort of maxing out right now, and we're not even doing 1/10,000th of 1% of domestic economy with Bitcoin. So if we're maxing out on speed of transactions, is there a solution to that? I mean, if we can only do 1,400 transactions a minute, and if we're already at that, what do we do? And the second problem is, how do we reward people for verifying what's going on after all coins are found? Because right now it requires that there's this minuscule rate of inflation. It's not really inflation because everyone's already built 21 million coins into their mind as the end result. But there's this giving out of 10 million more of those coins slowly to miners who are doing work. What happens when we no longer have that incentive? What happens when all 21 million coins are found? Neither of those technical questions are a very big problem because there's lots of people, not just Bitcoin.org, there's lots of people addressing those problems. In fact, Andreas proposed a solution at MIT using game theory that solves the problem of rewarding miners without having to inflate the currency. But here's the interesting thing. A lot of people developing these solutions consider themselves to be competitors to Bitcoin, especially the founder of one of the altcoins called Litecoin. So you have Litecoin, Dogecoin, Feathercoin. You've got all these other coins out there. There's actually about 1,200 other coins out there, 200 that are important enough to list in the major websites showing you their daily market cap. What happens if the person who solves these two big technical hurdles in the most elegant way doesn't want to contribute to Bitcoin? What happens if they want to compete with Bitcoin? My question to Andreas in the lobby was, if I'm scared of putting some of my money into Bitcoin, partly as an investor, because I am scared because I'm worried that it may not be the winner. Who remembers Dumont? It was the only television company out there when RCA started broadcasting in the 30s from the Empire State Building. And no one has a Dumont TV today. For a while, they had American-built TVs, Zenith and RCA and Westinghouse and Magnavox, and then they switched to having Japanese TVs, and Sony and Toshiba and Sanyo, and now they have Korean TVs, Samsung and LG, and higher from China. They're all great TVs. They all work with the same standard, but Dumont is out of business, and so is the Pierce Arrow, which made the most popular car in the world in 1890s. So the real question is, can I trust that whoever comes out with a better coin will somehow have to, because of the two-sided network and because of market forces, they'll somehow have to say, I have a better coin, but I will attach it to the current capital invested infrastructure of Bitcoin. If you own Bitcoin, you will be the corpus. I will attach it to you, and I will honor that. I will not make new coins. And I asked Andreas, can I trust that that will happen? And his answer, I shouldn't be speaking for him, but we didn't ask him this question while he was here. His answer was, you don't have to worry about that happening. You really don't have to worry about that happening. Bitcoin is here to stay, and it will trump every other currency. And it's not because we're arrogant. It's not because we're better. It's because no one is going to take, if a new coin comes along that can solve the major technical hurdles, which are being solved now anyway, but if it comes along and they can solve it better, they're going to have to be open source. That's pretty clear. If they're not open source, who the hell is going to trust it? All of Bitcoin in the early days is a community of geeks who understand the value of everyone inspecting the code. So it'll have to be open source. And if it's open source, we'll copy it and incorporate it. Bitcoin has already gone through 30 major changes. Not minor changes. It's not Satoshi's coin anymore. That's the principles behind the blockchain. But it's already gone through major changes. And as long as you can get the 7 big wallet companies, especially Andreas Schilbach's wallet, that's a different Andreas, but the one with the orange bee that everyone's using, and blockchain.info, and if you can get the major wallets to realize that this solves a problem, and that's how change is happening with Bitcoin. So his comment to me was, don't even worry about it. You won't have to convince anyone else to attach their corpus, their private ownership, to the original owners of Bitcoin. We'll just keep improving Bitcoin, taking whatever we can from the community. So it may not be the current Bitcoin, it may be son of Bitcoin, but the original corpus of ownership will be, as of now, is pretty much assured in Andreas's opinion. And now that he explained it to me that way, it's open source, you can't make it proprietary, I'm a lot less worried. And I want to remind you that I'm not even a favor of advocating for speculating on Bitcoin. I do believe that 21 million coins will need to be sliced very, very thin someday, because the world's economy requires 3 trillion as a daily float. I'm not talking about debt. I'm not talking about our budgets and our debt. It takes $3 trillion of physical currency just to settle each person's transactions with the milk vendor and the person who's delivering their internet service and the American Express you're paying, the bill you're paying, and the money you're wiring to your family in China. All that stuff, just the daily amount of money floating back and forth, takes $3 trillion. So if Bitcoin is going to do any fraction of that, it has to become more valuable. But if you remember what I said earlier, I don't want most transactions with Bitcoin to be Trace's transactions, because Trace and I and other people are holding on to some of our Bitcoins knowing it'll be more valuable someday, but the fluctuations will continue, and the market adoption won't take hold until we get to a point where most transactions are not us. They're not speculators. Most transactions are people who accepted a Bitcoin for some goods and service, like Tiger Direct or Dell, and they said to themselves, you know what, maybe we won't have Coinbase or Bitcoin, Bitstamp, immediately transfer this back to cash. Maybe we'll hold on to 20% of this, because we know we'll be buying our parts from suppliers who will accept this. Why should we have the round-trip transaction? Why should we pay for a company to transact it out back to dollars and then back into Bitcoin? Why don't we just hold on to it? And then that precedes the next step, which will happen in the next 2 to 4 years, which is they'll start publishing the price of their product in Bitcoins. That Dell catalog will say it's 3.5 Bitcoins. By the way, I did buy this from Newegg with Bitcoin. This was my first Bitcoin purchase. And so far, my only Bitcoin purchase of a physical object. But I bought this with Bitcoin, and I'm ashamed to say that Newegg doesn't really believe in Bitcoin. I was involved in their acquisition of their market basket system, and they are using Coinbase. So they don't really accept Bitcoin, they accept dollars, and their market basket switches to Coinbase at the last second, gives me 1 or 2 minutes to complete my transaction so that the risk of the risk of fluctuation is small. And then they guarantee Newegg, don't worry, Phil just paid for that computer, here's your dollars. So they don't even see dollars. And I want to bounce off of that to mention that one of the hottest consulting businesses right now is to, and I know a lot of people doing this, is to go around to your stores in your local community. Not the big chain stores, because they've got people at the national level who can advise them. But you go around to the stores in your community. In my area, there's a supermarket chain. It's not that small. I think it's got something like 60 or 70 supermarkets. They're called Hannafords. And you go into them and you find the person who's in charge. You have them put you in contact with the regional headquarters, and you say, why don't you accept Bitcoin? Well, I don't understand it. I don't trust it yet. I'm not that geeky on it. Well, here's the deal. Put up this little thing that says you accept Bitcoin. I'm not providing it. It'll come straight from one of the major exchanges. Your risk is less than 2 minutes on each transaction, 3 minutes. There's no risk really going on there. When someone checks out, you accept a new form of currency that some of your users might want to spend. But here's the really important kicker. You won't be paying 2.5% to 4% to MasterCard. You won't be paying 4.5% to 5% to American Express. You'll be paying 1%. That's it, 1%. And if the store is really clever, they'll figure out they can pay nothing. They don't have to pay 1%. But if you want to, you can pay 1%, and everything will be taken care of. They tap their phone on this terminal, or they take a picture of your little QR code. They send to you, your cash register immediately says to you, yep, you got $17.35. It includes a tip for the waiter if it's a restaurant. That immediately shows up on your terminal. And it's even wired into popular terminals. It even will work with Verifone, but it can be a separate system. The store gets paid immediately in dollars. They don't have to understand what Bitcoin is. They get a customer who wants to spend Bitcoin, and the store pays less to the credit card processor, because in this case, they could have done it for free without the credit card processor, but this just makes it all nice, cozy, convenient, and fits in with their processing system. That's a pretty hot consulting business, actually. Anyway, I'm going to introduce our final speaker, and that is my partner, Manny Perez. He's going to be talking to you now about CRYPSA. Is this a PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Phil. And thank you, everyone. Wow. These are tough acts to follow.
So
I mean,
I got it.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you're feeling that your head is kind of swelling with all of the new ideas, with all of the different ways of doing things that our speakers have proposed, with all the dangers, the risks, with the changing reality, well, welcome to the future. We are creating a new world, a new industry. And part of the problem of having so many people creating this new industry is that there is chaos. And if you try to wrap your head around chaos on your own, you'll find yourself like many of us are feeling right now. Wow. We start thinking about ourselves and we say, what, the dollar might not be worth anything in so many years? What am I going to do? Well, that's the great thing about having a community. Many of us go home, or we go to the barbershop, and we start talking with our friends. We start sharing our ideas. And as we share, as we listen, we start speaking as a group of friends with one voice. We start thinking alike in many ways. And those of us that are different, everybody just says, oh, there goes Manny with his speech again. He's not really, don't think he represents me. But still, I'm part of their voice. They're part of mine. The other thing you'll notice is that every time we spoke about a new development, we had to mention a company's name. It sounded like we were promoting products. No, we're talking about the creators. And everybody in this room and over in cyberspace, guys, we are creators. We're creating the future. So, my talk brings together everything. As the Cryptocurrency Standards Association, our objective is to create a community of members, a community of people that are creating change, a community of people that are learning to speak with one voice so we can have many opportunities. And all of those opportunities bring stability to the chaos. Now you might say, well, what's the opportunity just in creating a community? If you're not the boss, if you don't have the central trusted authority, if you don't hold the database. Well, that's part of the future. That's the wonderful thing about Bitcoin. With Bitcoin, nobody's in charge. We all are. And with Bitcoin, we can all create cutting-edge, world-class ways of doing things. I'm not reading the mission. You guys can read it. All I'm saying is we can do it. But the idea of CRYPSA is that the we is the members. It's not a few people in charge, especially not me. So let's continue with the next slide. And yeah, here it is. When we talk about these opportunities, these many opportunities, I have to admit, the previous speakers described it better than I do. We have a number of people that are involved. We've identified a few up to date. Yeah, we got the investors, the miners, merchants, vendors, consumers, users, entrepreneurs, innovators, but there's going to be more. Everything will fall under innovators. But people, as Trace mentioned, will find new uses. They will invent things that can use the blockchain technology to do things that have never been done before, things we can't even dream of right now. And it's going to happen faster than we think. Later on, I'll talk about some of the threats. The what? Well, you got the list. You've been hearing about all the what we think we can be doing. Once again, we can do more than that. And everything we are doing right now is still probably version 1. It might be version 1.20. It might be version 1.99. But version 2 will come once the technology can handle the volume that Phill was mentioning. Once the technology can handle the value, the real value. I mean, what's the intrinsic value? As Alex mentioned, and we've spoken at the Bitcoin Center about this, you know, intrinsic value, what is that? Ever since the Greeks, value has been relative. People define what is valuable or not. Well, our community will be a strong voice in this discussion and in the definition of what is the value that we are exchanging. Now, when we talk about market opportunities today, we're generally talking about normal things from traditional economies. We've got fees, we've got the licenses, we've got markets that you open, you sell this, you sell that. But guys, most copyrights, yeah, for musicians from the 1960s had no idea of all of the new income that was going to exist. So old musicians are sometimes going broke while their music is being played all over the place. Why? Because copyrights at that time, all their contracts, did not specify the new technologies. So how do you know how you're going to be making money from cryptocurrency in the future? Well, I don't know. And that's one of the problems the banks have. As we heard from Aidan, banks can't invest, and investors won't invest in things that are vaporware, that they can't understand, that they can't clearly measure and say, okay, I'm taking a risk, and they can calculate the risk. Interesting thing is, there are new models using the new math that are going to be measuring risk in new ways. They're going to use new forms of measurement, new forms of counting. It's fascinating, I'm telling you. It's fascinating to be at the hub where we're seeing all the news about cryptocurrency, about Bitcoin, about all the altcoins, and about other uses for the blockchain, because we are seeing that there are new ways of making money that are being born every moment. So we continue. Right now, as I see it, the banks are an easy way to make money with cryptocurrency technology. We're talking about 6,000 plus FDIC insured banks right now. Those banks are worried. Their technology is basically old. It's hackable. They spend a huge amount of money on cybersecurity. And our friend Stephen Sprague mentioned how his company is offering solutions to the cybersecurity issue. But it goes way beyond that. When you're talking about value transmission mechanisms that were designed 50, 40 years ago, that's old. When we speak about the over 25,000 foreign banks that are counted on the internet, that's a huge market. And those foreign banks, by the way, do not require getting a bit license. They're outside of the US. Their own countries are developing their own rules and regulations. So there is a market right now for using cryptocurrency, the blockchain, Bitcoin, as a way of transferring value from one bank to another safely, securely. And as Stephen mentioned, with verification of identity. Financial services, well, Aidan gave us a great talk about that. They're big. Money service businesses, remittances. In Africa, I mean, M-Pesa. M-Pesa is nothing more than a digital currency. And it's big. But they're very small transactions between unbanked users. We've got also over 100,000 Bitcoin enthusiasts and entrepreneurs involved right now. So the market is there. We tend to think of market only in terms of volume. When we speak of volume of transactions, it sounds great. But we've already been reading in the papers, 80% of that is in China. And we don't know how much of that volume is actually back and forth between the same user, consumer. So what are we looking at? We're looking at the blockchain versus the currency. As has been said, I think the blockchain, the technology, is the future. We're looking at the currency because we've been trained to think of the money. We've been trained to look at how much am I making a month. We've not been trained to think of what do I have? What am I worth? And it's your worth that you have to worry about. With Bitcoin, it's easier. With cryptocurrency, it's easier. We have government and multinational companies looking to use this technology. Some people say, oh, they want to take it over. I don't know. I know they want to use it. I know they'd love to have the keys. Some governments are talking about their own virtual currency. Some governments actually have their own virtual currency. Some governments actually look at Bitcoin as a drain on their national economies. So they've literally said it's illegal to trade or to purchase Bitcoins in our country. They can try. They can pass the law. Will it work? I don't know. We do know that it's a new way to protect and secure our assets. That's been explained by a number of speakers already, so I'm great there. And it's a new way to identify ourselves. That's still being developed. We listened to Stephen Sprague explain some of his technologies, strategies for identifying people using blockchain technology, making it much more secure. Well, I'm sure that many of our members are going to be working on this and will find a stable way, an easy way to implement it, because I am a firm believer in the keep it simple philosophy. But what are some of the threats? Well, some of you might have read that last week there was a complaint that some miners are putting anti-spam software, and the anti-spam software basically was to keep people from using the blockchain for things that don't have to do with direct transactions. So they look at it as freeloading on their efforts. They get paid for transactions, but we're creating a lot of more work for them that have nothing to do with transactions. Okay. That's a threat. It will be solved. The market will solve it. The competition for multinational corporations and governments that might want to get involved, that's a threat. The inability of the existing systems to handle fiat currency volumes of transactions, the scalability that Phill mentioned earlier, that's simply technological evolution. We will solve it. It's like, you know, the car at the beginning, most people don't know this, but there were actually a bunch of scientists who said that human beings could not survive over 60 miles per hour and that the cars couldn't go over 60 miles per hour. And everybody would say that you were crazy. Well, I just smile now when I hear scientists say that something is impossible, because for human beings, in my opinion, nothing is impossible. I personally might not be able to fly with my arms, but I won't say that my children, my grandchildren, or somebody in the future won't be able to do it, because we are human beings. We've done a whole lot during our existence, and there's a lot of existence left to do things with. And yeah, I'm an optimist. That's true. And we do have then the idea that there is a chaos. People are scared of chaos. Well, normal people. But those that are watching us on the cyberspace, those that are present, guys, we're not normal. We're already looking at the future. And we're not trembling. We're saying, okay, how do I take advantage of the change? But to deal with chaos, we need to have a direction. We need to work together. And that's why CRYPSA has some proposals. Our proposals are very simple. They're based on what Satoshi proposed. That's the first part. We have 4 basic standards that are actually part of the whole blockchain model. First thing is freedom. Anybody that has a computer, anybody that can read, has the ability to use Bitcoin and all of the son of Bitcoins. Equality, it's peer-to-peer. There's not supposed to be a central trusted authority. We've been taught to look for a central trusted authority, for somebody who will defend us. But honestly, the technology is designed to be peer for peer. Transparency, blockchain, it's open. Open ledger. You can't hide what you did, but you can have privacy. And that's something that's strange for us, because all of us, with few exceptions, had family members and neighbors that always had their eyes on us and that always told our parents what we were doing. Now, with the blockchain, our parents would know that something was done, but they wouldn't know who did it. And if they wanted to find out, then they had to do a whole lot of work. And yes, some governments hate privacy, but hey, if you've got to do some more work, you can do it, because for the first time in mankind's history, we will know what happened. It's transparent. So we are a community, and our proposal is, let's come together as a community. At this moment, on our website, CRYPSA.org, individual memberships are free. There are advantages to corporate memberships, but for an individual to be part of that one voice, to contribute to that one voice, to contribute to development, to be part of the change, it's for free. When we have that community working fluidly, we develop and approve other standards and best practices. But those standards and best practices can change. And they're not laws, they're not rules, because it just so happens that the brightest people are always pushing the envelope. There's nothing wrong with breaking a standard if you're going to make something better. What's important is to be transparent. Listen, I made this bicycle. It's a lot quicker than all other bicycles, but it's got solid tires. So everybody knows it's got solid tires, but it's faster. He says it's faster. Can he prove it? When you break a standard, the only important thing is to be transparent. And then the user decides, because we have the freedom to decide what to do. And finally, what CRYPSA is proposing is that we all, as a community, work together to develop the software, the applications that reduce risk, that reduce the threats, and that make money for everyone. That model is different from the previous models of technological development. It's based on open source. It's based on sharing our experiences and our knowledge, and then the individual can develop his software, his application, and he's going to make money because there are so many of us. It's global. It's not a jurisdiction. I'm not selling only to my neighbors. When I develop an app, I'm going to be selling it in China, Moscow, England, Singapore, Australia. And that's going to be a whole new development. It's not just Microsoft that has to write instruction manuals in 80 languages. It's fascinating, the future. And the invitation is that we all work together to make that future a better one for each of us individually. And that sounds illogical. Working together so that each one of us individually can improve. Guys, we can do it. We have the internet. We have the communications. And as mentioned before, communication is actually more important than currency. So I want to thank everybody who's participated, our wonderful speakers, our wonderful audience, and our cyber audience also.
Manny, our website's invisible up there because it's in blue. Could you just read it out?
Okay, our website is invisible, and I apologize. We're learning. We're learning how to do things. This community is not being run by experts. The experts will work for us. So, website is CRYPSA.org, CRYPSA.org. It's a community, but it's also, I hope, the voice of the future. So please give yourselves a hand, and thank you very much for joining us. Phill?